Welcome back to Reading with Cord. Last week we didn't do it because there were. Last week we didn't do it because. Welcome back to Reading with Cord after reading Cord. Today we'll be reading more Cord. Last week there wasn't a Reading with Cord because we did DLC quests. DLC offered no interesting. The only DLC that offered interesting codex entries was the one we read the codex entries for while we were doing it. So today, since we've just done the Brazilian forests, as I said, I'm only going to read the codex entries that are being relevant in this game or future games. So, Fen-Harel, the Dread Wolf. No spoilers, please. There is precious little we know about Fen-Harel, for they say he did not care for our people. Elganan and Mithal created the world as we know it. This is elven religion, by the way, not human religion, so this is quite different. Anduril taught us the flame of the west. I'm sorry. They stole that from Lord of the Rings, clearly. It's Anduril. You pronounce it Anduril, but it's Anduril. The flame of the west. Anduril taught us the ways of the hunter before he was kidnapped by Aragorn and turned into the flame of the west, a sword that will unite the kingdoms of Gondor. Zelaze and June gave us fire and crafting, but Fen-Harel kept to himself. He was an introvert god, and plotted the betrayal of all the gods. And after the destruction of Arlafan, when the gods could no longer hear our prayers, it is said that Fen-Harel spent centuries in a far corner of the earth, giggling madly and hugging himself in guise. Hugging himself in glee. Don't hug yourself in Glee, that's a terrible TV show. The musicals are terrible. The legends say that before the fall of Arlafan, the gods we know and revere fought in endless war with others of their kind. They became Greeks. I mean, I've just been watching the Great Greek Myths for the whole week, so I'm being fresher for watching that, reading this about civil war among the gods. I'm like, yeah, no shit. There is not a Haren among us who remembers the others. Only in dreams do we hear whispered the names of Geldaren and Derenfal and Anaris. For they are the forgotten ones, the gods of terror and malice, spite and pestilence. What do we do in the drunken elfin? What should we do with the drunken elf god? They say they are the gods of terror and malice, the gods of spite and pestilence. I know who they are. They are the gods of they're the gods of the Soviet Union. In ancient times, only Fen-Harel could walk without fear among both our gods and the Forgotten Ones. For although he is kin to the gods of the people, the Forgotten Ones knew of his cunning ways, and saw him as one of their own. That is how Fen'Harel tricked them. Our gods saw him as brother, and they trusted him when he said that they must keep to the heavens while he arranged the truce. And the Forgotten Ones trusted him also when he said he would arrange for the defeat of our gods. If only the Forgotten Ones would return to the Abyss for a time. They trusted Fen'Harel, and they were all of them betrayed, and Fen'Harel sealed them away so they could never again walk among the people. If you think about it, even though the elves hate him for it and they think he tricked them, if you think about it, this Fen'Harel guy kind of made things a bit better, didn't he? He separated the people from the wars of the gods, which is kind of a good thing if you think about it. Mithal, the Great Protector. Mithril. I couldn't help it. Elganan had defeated his father. The son, his father, the son, and all was covered in darkness. No parents! Down. Pleased with himself, Elganan sought to console his mother, the earth, by replacing all that the sun had destroyed. But the earth knew that without the sun, nothing could grow. She whispered to Elganan this truth, and pleaded with him to release his father. But Elganan's pride was great, and his vengeance was terrible, and he refused. I don't like sun-dried tomatoes. It was at this moment when that Mithal walked out of the sea, of the earth's tears, and onto the land. She placed her hand on Elganan's brow, and at her touch he grew calm and knew that his anger had led him astray. Humbled, Elganan went to the place where the sun was buried and spoke to him. Elganan said he would release the sun if the sun promised to be gentle and to return to the earth each night. The sun, feeling remorse at what he had done, agreed. The fuck is this? It's Greek mythology. And so the sun rose again in the sky and shone his golden light upon the earth. Elganan and Mithal, with the help of the earth and the sun, brought back to life all the wondrous things that the sun had destroyed, and they grew and thrived. And that night, when the sun had gone to sleep, Mithal gathered the glowing earth around his bed and formed it into a sphere to be placed in the sky, and a pale reflection of the sun's true glory. Okay. No. You could say that Japanese are right. Praise the sun. I don't think we need to read the Codex of the Dales, because the last episode told the story of the Dales pretty well in character with the characters they use for it. So that's not useful. That's not useful. That's decrepit and stupid. Spell combinations. Okay. Oh wait, there was a codex entry I should have read. No, it's not important. Okay, that's it for Cord's reading hour. I guess those are the only 2 codexes we're reading, because those are the only 2 that are relevant. Anyway, let's do some companion conversations before we start today's trip, which is a very special trip, but also very long.
Something on your mind?
Everything's on my mind.
Of course.
What changes about... I'm not going to ask about that because that leads into a very awkward conversation, but I'll probably start with that one and then do that one. What changes about you after the joining?
You mean other than becoming a Grey Warden?
I mean, you've been a Grey Warden longer than I have.
You know, I asked Duncan this too, and all I got was, "You'll see."
He wouldn't tell you?
Oh, it's not that Duncan wants to keep it a secret. It's just that the Grey Wardens don't discuss it much. I gather it's not a pleasant topic. The first change I noticed was an increase in appetite. I used to get up in the middle of the night and raid the castle larder. I thought I was starving. I'd slurp down every dinner like it was my last. My face all covered in gravy. When I'd look up, the other Grey Wardens would stare, then laugh themselves to tears.
I haven't felt it. Maybe you were just a pig.
That's me, Alistair the pig. I can go through a trough in 5 seconds flat, just you watch. Oh, and then there were the nightmares. Duncan said it was part of how we sense the Darkspawn. We tap into their, well, I don't know what you call it, their group mind. And when we sleep, it's even worse. You learn to block it out after a while, but at first it's hard. It's supposed to be worse for those who join during a blight. How is it for you?
Yeah. Nightmares, I know what you mean.
Some people never have much trouble, but that's rare. Others have trouble sleeping their entire life.
Hello!
Just more sensitive, I suppose. Everyone ends up the same, though.
Maybe I'm a secret Grey Warden.
Once you reach a certain age, the real nightmares come. That's how a Grey Warden knows his time has come.
What are you talking about?
Oh, that's right. We never had time to tell you that part, did we? Well, in addition to all the other wonderful things about being a Grey Warden, you don't need to worry about dying from old age. You've got 30 years to live. Give or take. A taint. It's a death sentence. Ultimately, your body won't be able to take it. When the time comes, most Grey Wardens go to Orzammar and die in battle rather than waiting. It's tradition.
This is why we call this game a dark fantasy. Why Orzammar?
You'll always find Darkspawn down where the dwarves are. The oldest Grey Wardens head to the deep roads for one last glorious battle. Not that there's a shortage of Darkspawn during a blight, but that's the tradition. The dwarves respect us for it. And you wondered why we kept the joining a secret from the new recruits. Well, there you have it.
Yeah. Jeez. Seems a high price to pay.
I suppose it is. We're the only ones who can stop the blight, however. Is there a price too high to pay for that?
Nope.
You know, Duncan, he started having the nightmares again. He told me that in private. He said it wouldn't be long before he'd go to Orzammar himself. I guess he got what he wanted. I just wish it had been something worthy of him.
He will be remembered, Alistair, as will the others.
I know. Ending the blight Should make this all worthwhile, right?
Yep. One more
Something on your
conversation.
mind? Of course.
You know what? Let's ask him about the Grey Wardens about a little bit more.
I didn't know them for very long, but I guess it was longer than you. You never met them all, did you? They were quite a group. Actually, they felt like an extended family, since we were all cut off from our former lives. We also laughed more than you'd think. There was this one time... Well, you probably don't want to hear stories about men you didn't know.
Actually, yes, I would.
There was one Grey Warden who came all the way from the Anderfells. What was his name? Gregor... He was a burly man with the biggest, fuzziest beard you've ever seen. And the man could drink. He drank all the time, but he never got drunk. Finally, we all made a pool to see just how many pints it would take to put him under the table.
Sounds like you had a lot of fun.
Sometimes. We were kin of a sort. All of us had gone through the joining, so we knew... Well, anyhow, it doesn't have to be deadly serious all the time. Anyhow, we never did find out. He said he'd drink a pint for every half pint that the rest of us drank. He was still going by the time the rest of us were passed out. I'm told that Duncan walked in later on and saw us all passed out from one end of the hall to the other, and Gregor still drinking. Duncan laughed until he nearly... Until...
Sorry, Alistair.
Yes, I suppose so. I thought I was done with this, but it just struck me that I have nothing to remember Duncan by. Nothing at all. There's no body, not even a token of his that I could take with me. That must sound really stupid to you.
You have your memories of him.
I just would have liked something of his to take with me, that's all. Well, there's no use in moaning about it, is there? He's gone. Let's just go.
Alright, Zevran.
What say you?
Can I answer some questions?
By all means.
Tell me about what is your opinion. Since we've just been there, what's your opinion on the Dalish?
I know little enough of the Dalish other than the fact that my mother was one, or so I was told. She had fallen in love with an elven woodcutter and accompanied him back to the city, leaving her clan behind for good. And there, of course, the woodcutter died of some filthy disease and my mother was forced into prostitution to pay off his debts. Oldest tale in the book.
Jeez. The woodcutter was your father, I think.
How should I know? My mother was a whore, as you'll recall. None of the other elven boys in the whorehouse knew their fathers. I was not so unusual. I didn't know my mother either, of course. She died giving birth to me. My first victim, as it were. We were all raised communally by the whores. It was a happy enough existence, ignoring the occasional beating. Until eventually I was sold to the crows. I brought a good price, so I hear.
And yet you seem oddly cheerful about it.
It could have been much worse. Shall I tell you about what happened to the other whorehouse boys who did not fetch a decent price with the crows? Surely your life has not been so idyllic. People like you and I are not the product of happy lives of contentment, after all.
Say that again.
My original point is that my mother's Dalish nature was always a point of fascination for me. Through all the years of my crow training, the one thing of my mother's that I possessed was a pair of gloves. They were of Dalish make, I knew that much, and beautiful. I had to keep them hidden, of course, as we were not allowed such things. Eventually, they were discovered, and I never saw them again.
How do you feel about... Fair enough. How do you feel about Danish in general, in that case?
I don't feel anything about them. Oh, we heard about them in the city, even deep in Antiva. I even had the notion once to run off and join them. Naturally, the reality did not live up at all to the fantasies I had constructed as a boy, staring at those gloves. But such is life. Come, enough talk of the Dalish. Let us move on.
Yeah, okay.
What say you? By all means.
Should we hear about one of his adventures?
My adventures? I'm hardly an old man just returned from across the ocean, am I? Should I shake my fist at nearby children while I talk about the good old days?
You certainly talk like you've had adventures.
Falling down a flight of stairs is an adventure. Falling into someone's bed, also an adventure. I am assuming what you're looking for are professional anecdotes. Let's see, my second mission ever for the Crows was a bit intriguing. I was sent to kill a mage who had been meddling in politics.
How?
How should I know? I got the impression it involved sex, but then I get that impression about most everything. Odd, really.
Yeah.
As it turned out, the mage in question was quite a delightful young woman. Long, divine legs, as I recall. I caught her in a carriage on her way to escape to the provinces. After I killed her guard, she got down on her hands and knees and begged for her life. Rather aptly, I might add. So I joined her in the carriage for the night and left the next morning.
And she didn't try to kill you?
Well, yes, twice, actually. Then she decided to try and use me instead. The woman had actually convinced me to speak to the Crows on her behalf. What can I say? I was young and foolish at the time. Then, as I was kissing her goodbye to return to Antiva City, she slipped on the threshold and fell backwards out of the carriage. Broke her neck. Shame, really, but at least it happened quickly.
Wait.
At first, yes. Well, not upset. Surprised is really a better word. Then I found out that she had told the driver to take her to Janellen instead. She had planned to lose me in the provinces. I would have looked very foolish to the Crows. As it was, my master was very impressed that I had done such a fine job of making it look like an accident. The circle of Magi was unaware of foul play, and everyone was happier all around.
Except for the mage.
I suppose, but she was dead. She didn't need to be happy. It was after that when I learned that one needn't let a pretty face go to your head. Professionalism was key. That's my moral of the day, you see.
Wise lesson to learn.
And one that not everyone learns, I'm sad to say. But that's enough tale spinning from me for the moment. Talking about the mage has made me a bit nostalgic, I'm afraid. Ah, the good old days.
Right. We'll hear more of Zephyr's adventures later. For now, Grandma has a tale to tell.
What's on your mind?
Grandma, do you have a tale to tell? Do you have any regrets?
I try not to dwell too much on the mistakes of my past, of which there are many. I would go quite mad if I did that. But I do have one regret. The greatest misstep of my life, made even more grave because it had dire consequences for someone else. Years ago, I was assigned as mentor to a lad, Anarin. He was my first apprentice. Anarin was an elf, raised in one of the elven alienages, and he was very mistrustful of humans, especially humans in authority.
Humans like you.
I was his mentor, an authority figure. He can't have liked me very much. What Anarin needed was time. Time to get used to his new home, time to emerge from his shell, so we could build a rapport. I gave him no such time. I was young and arrogant. He is a mage, I thought. He needs to grow up and act like one. I expected too much from him too quickly. I gave no consideration to his origin or his feelings, and he retreated further from me. All I could think of was how stubborn he was, how he was throwing away all his talent and his potential just to be difficult.
What did you think of you in that case? He trained himself.
Oh, I dread to think. I was a harsh taskmistress. He might have thought I was a demon in disguise.
Sometimes
You
you are.
cannot plant crops in the cold, wintry ground. You cannot teach a student who is closed off and unresponsive. Patience is what is needed, and I learned that too late to help him.
What happened to him?
Anarin ran away from the circle one night. I had berated him over some trivial, ridiculous matter that I no longer remember. I drove him away because of something utterly
He
unimportant.
dropped the soap.
He was a child, 14 at the time of his leaving. They had his phylactery, and they hunted him down.
What the fuck is a phylactery?
The phylactery is a vial of blood taken from a mage. But blood is connected to life, and your blood can be used to track you down.
Dark fantasy.
They called him Maleficar, a mage who practices forbidden magic, deserving of death. He was a child, misunderstood and lost. I begged the Templars to tell me if he
His only
suffered,
crime was
if they
finding
gave him a
the
quick
sunset.
death. I got no answers from them. I was his mentor, and they wouldn't even tell me what became of him.
That's cool of them.
I should have known better. I had the best mentors. They were kind, compassionate. Why didn't I learn from them? I
You
failed
obstinate.
in Aaron. All I had to do was listen to him. He would try to talk to me, and I would tell him to concentrate on his spells. He talked about the alienage sometimes, and the Dalish. He always talked about looking for the Dalish elves.
Maybe he did find a Dalish, you never know.
The Templars are well trained and thorough. That he still lives, it would be a vain hope. The apprentices that came after Anarin benefited greatly from the lessons I learned from him. In a sense, he was my teacher, and I his student.
And maybe his sacrifice was worthwhile.
And there it is. My story, my one greatest regret.
That's one side quest that I'll be doing real quick, because I've still got Oregon's side quest to do, if you remember. And I don't plan to do Oregon's side quest until after I've done Orzammar. So, this, if I remember rightly, this one's quite short, quite sweet, quite easy, so I might do this before I do Orzammar. So, whoever I take with me to do my side quest will be the party I take with me to Orzammar. So,
What's on your mind?
yep. I want to ask some more about the circle.
I will answer to the best of my ability.
Why do you want to stay at the tower?
The circle is in good hands. Irving knows what to do, and he doesn't need me underfoot. For now, I will support those that battle the Darkspawn. I do feel I left things unfinished in Ostagar. There is so much left to do, and I would be part of it.
But you left the children.
Yes, I did leave them. But if the Blight is not stopped, all of them will face suffering greater than what was seen in the tower. The Grey Wardens, all 2 of you, need all the help you can get. I will see this through to the bitter end, and after that, if I am still left standing, then I will return to the circle.
I'm still standing, better than I ever will. But I'm gonna will survive. That's all I'm singing. I wanted to make sure you really wanted this.
No, of course I don't. I'm old and unsure of what I'm doing. Actually, I'd rather be in a warm chair in the sun, being served pudding or some other easily digestible food.
I was just asking a question. There's no need to decide.
I'm sorry. People often jest about my age, and I've learned to just play along. You need a sense of humor when you're as old as I am. But to allay your fears, yes, I am sure this is what I want.
I'm only gonna have one conversation with Eliel because we ended up the last stream technically with one of the conversations, and it was my favourite one of the entire list that she's got, so.
Do you remember our discussion?
Yes, I do.
I just wanted to tell you that I thought about what you told me, and you were right. Despite what Marjolaine says, I am not like her. I know that now. I have found peace in knowing the Maker, and nothing will change that. I followed you to make the world a better place, and as long as I keep that in mind, I will not fall. Sometimes, it takes another to show us the truths we hide from ourselves.
It was my pleasure.
I'm glad I left Lothering in your company. You have proven a true friend, and I thank the Maker for you.
You're welcome, Breville Sandwich Maker. I'm pretty much done talking to Stan, really. There's nothing else really I can talk to him about. Same with Margaret until I deal with her side quest, so...
It speaks.
It does.
It doesn't have better things to do.
It doesn't. How did you end up in Hornleaf?
Oh yes, that I remember quite well. My former master, the Mage Wilhelm, he brought me. As I recall, he had acquired some position with whatever lord ruled the land. I, being little more than a glorified possession at the time, was brought along. Oh, how he enjoyed impressing the villagers with me. Gollum snarl at that villager there, be fearsome. And of course, I would have to do it.
You didn't like this, Wilhelm, I take it?
He did love using that control rod. Fondled it so much, his wife actually threatened to throw it in the lake. Ha! I would have liked to have seen that. Which reminds me, where did it find the rod? Did it pay a great deal for it?
Wilhelm, his wife sold it, I believe.
Hag.
Do you remember anything before Hornleaf?
I traveled with the mage. He did a lot of traveling, I remember that. But where we went, it is rather fuzzy. I remember great battles, fighting many humans long ago. They were all very soft and squishy. And before that, No, there are only images. I was somewhere dark.
Just how old are you exactly?
I have no idea. Wilhelm used to brag that the dwarves stopped making golems centuries ago. I do not age as you soft creatures do. Sadly, my memory is no better. Plus, I get bored and stop paying attention.
So you sound like a lot of YouTubers then. Perfect. I'd have thought you'd enjoy scaring humans.
I'd have happily stomped them all into paste, and then ripped down their little houses and stomped on them, too. In fact, after 30 years of watching them, I'd do it twice. What I didn't like was being ordered to do it. Dangled in front of those frightened morons like some scary thing. Once I was a statue, it took those villagers years before they'd even approach me. The first one to actually work up the nerve to touch me urinated himself.
I guess it wasn't piss easy then.
That is where Wilhelm kept me. He wanted me out in the open where I could be frightening like a scarecrow. I was supposed to watch for thieves. Pah! Plus, his wife didn't want me indoors. She said there wasn't room for me. Hag. I was once larger, 10 feet tall. Then the loathsome hag complained that I couldn't fit through the doors. So the mage had me shrunk down. Can it believe it? And she still wanted me out.
How does someone shrink a girl?
With a chisel. And a lot of nerve. Good. I was just about done talking about it. It does like to have a good chat now and again, doesn't it? It speaks.
It does.
It doesn't have better things to do.
It doesn't. How did Wilhelm acquire you?
That part I know, as Wilhelm often bragged about it to whomever was willing to listen to him. He claimed to have found me in the deep roads. I was in the ruins of a Tig, he said, deactivated, with my control rod not far away.
You don't know why you were there?
I think I remember a battle. It was long before, and then there was darkness. Bah, in short, no, I do not remember why I was there. It makes no difference.
What was he doing in the deep roads?
It was a hobby of his, scavenging. One of the reasons he traveled so much is that he was looking for entrances into the deep roads, old places the dwarves had long forgotten. And then he would sneak down and search for magical treasure, before anyone was the wiser.
Do you know where in this deep rooms it was?
No, that secretive bastard refused to tell me. I would ask and ask, but no. He used to say that one day, if I were compliant and didn't talk back at his wife, he would take me there and I could look around myself. Rotten, lying bastard. If I had his head in my hands now, I would squeeze it like a giant lemon. Squish.
So if he hadn't found you...
I wouldn't have had to put up with the twit, and I would be none the wiser. I don't think I was aware while I was there. Not like in the village. Or perhaps I was. Perhaps that was the dark place, and I simply couldn't see anything. How long could even I sit in the darkness and stare out at nothing, never sleeping? Oh, I do not wish to think of that.
Let's move on.
On then.
Anyway, I have a party that will accompany to the city of Orzammar and into the other section of that section of the game. I'll have to take a different time because rules and shit. I've got a certain part of it to go to the city itself and a certain part of it do the expedition later on in the sequence. So, to the actual city itself, I'll bring Alistair,
Yes.
I'll bring Leliana,
Indeed.
and since we need to go quickly do a side quest before we head towards them, I'll bring Granny.
Yes.
Like I said, quick visit to the Brazilian outskirts. And an ambush. Nothing wrong with a quick ambush. Why is Granny holding nothing in her hand like she's holding something in her hand? Take that, bastard. That was a very easy ambush to take over. I normally do this ambush way earlier in the game when I've got way less health. It took me a while to get this ambush actually, I'm surprised.
Time for more dark spawn, I see. Well, alright. Of course.
That was
Put your arm
interesting.
down.
And draining.
You summoned the spirit?
I called forth the spirit that sustains me, so that it could lend us aid. I did not realize it would take this much out of me. It seemed a good idea at the time, if a little rash. I think it may have weakened the spirit a little.
Stop doing those gestures, Granny! It's disgusting! So you could kill yourself doing this?
Well, that's certainly conceivable. I suppose I shouldn't be using that particular trick to entertain children at parties.
No. I don't want you... You know yourself best.
I promise I'll be careful. And thank you. Your concern is touching.
Me. Right. Back on. No, not bacon. Back on. Back on with it.
There are many great tales of lost kings
I wanted
who
to
return
use the
to the land
clarification
to
with
reign
bacon
in
because-
glory.
I am not
Always
lost,
clarified.
nor for that matter, a king. And there's nothing glorious about me.
Andera and Atishan, Grey Warden. Join us at the fire if you like, but haven't you got a war to get to?
Have you ever heard of an elf named Anarian?
I appreciate you trying to find him, but what are the chances?
Anarin the healer?
You know Anarin?
He lives? No, it can't be him. Perhaps it is a common elven name.
No, I know of only one Anarin.
Ah, it makes sense. Anarin said that he was from the human cities. You are old friends, then?
If it's the same Anarian, then yes, Wynn knows him.
If you seek Anarin, you must venture into the forest. He prefers to be amidst the trees and the animals.
Thank you all so much.
Ah! What do you know about werewolves? Well then, no werewolves. What werewolves?
Darth Shirral.
I don't know who this Darth Shirral is, but I'll be wary of him. Beware Darth Shirral. Darth Shirral makes the best sandwiches. I will not hear anything on the contrary on that. Darth Shirral sandwiches are the best sandwiches in the world. As long as you're a vegetarian. If you're a pure meat eater, like me, then you can get better sandwiches. Same. Ooh. Dear. Welcome back to the Sandwich Pseudo podcast. Look at all the blood. Oh, look! Right where the crazy man was.
Friends, turn back, please. These woods are a danger to those who do not know the paths.
And
I
then?
walk the path.
Wait, I remember your face. But younger, more impulsive, stern. Wynn?
I thought they had killed you.
They very nearly did. The Templars found me while I was searching for the Dalish. They ran me through and left me for dead.
I brought this on you. Oh, I was a dreadful mentor, harsh and impatient. I am sorry for the way I treated you.
I've put that behind me, and you should too. I didn't fit in with the Templars in your chantry. My path lay elsewhere.
Fair.
Irving is a reasonable man. He will find some way
Stop
for you to
wanking off this
return.
guy!
The Circle needs new blood. It needs to change.
I have fond memories of Irving. He was always kind to me. I will consider your proposal, and perhaps I will speak with Irving. However, I promise nothing. Now, it is getting late and you have much to do. You should be on your way.
If you want to win.
No, we've spent enough time on my personal affairs. It is time for us to move on.
Look at this. It's the hardened sap of a tree native to this forest. It's been something of a lucky charm for me, and now I want you to have it.
Very well. I'm grateful. May your gods smile on you and Aaron.
And on you.
We are attacked.
Oh no, just Magneto. And he's just standing there and staring. Madness. Oh! I was never here. He got a staring at dead people boner. I mean, he got stiff at seeing stiff bodies.
I've finished.
That's what you said. Dead people boner.
Welcome back. Is there something I can do for you?
Do you know about wind condition?
Yes, she mentioned it. It is quite a miracle, isn't it?
Why do you think it happened?
I cannot explain it. Perhaps the spirit felt she had a task to perform. One last apprentice to teach. She is spending her last days in your company, helping you in your quest. Perhaps this is what she feels she needs to do.
Why did you stay with the Dalish?
I did, for some years. The tribe made me feel very welcome, as though I were a lost child. They taught me elven magics and told me the old stories. But I wasn't one of the Dalish, no more than I was a circle mage. I owe them much, and so I stay close by, but I do not count myself among their number. My home is out here in the forest with the trees and animals. I learned to listen to them, and they taught me well.
When did you change your name to, When did you change your name to Mowgli? I should go.
Go in peace then, friend.
Goodbye, Anarian Mowgli. We have a new quest to go to. Oh wait, this is the way to the wolf's lair, isn't it? Whoops. I don't want to go to the wolf's lair. I just want to get back to what we were doing and I'm getting lost in the forest again. Aha. Now just to wait my way back to Danish camp and there we can get to our actual task. slight detour to do that to win, and as I showed you, it was quick. I think win side quest honestly is the easiest out of the lot of them. Either this one or the side quest of picking up later on. Those are the two stand out really easy ones I can think of. Everyone else's quest has somewhat of a challenge to it by far. As you will
Do
see
you think
later,
the tower is ever going to
Oregon's
get
side
back
quest
to what
is
it was?
by far the hardest. Yeah. So no shit, Oregon's is the hardest. Another ambush right outside Redcliffe, coincidentally.
It appears that we need to fight the entire blight ourselves.
Spoiler alert, outside the final battle, there will be a lot of dark spawn in this session, provided that I decide to make it one session, which depends on the time. I've actually already taught myself to tearing this up into 2 sessions. For those of you who know this game, I do this. If I remember right, this is the longest part of the game by far. But also, it's the most interesting and the most fun, so take it or leave it. Today, Max, since we used all the background story to the beginning, today, Max, this character returned home. We're going back to Orzammar, from where we actually started this character's journey.
That the maker my brother and his family made out of.
Only this time we're not restricted to certain sections of Orzammar because we're doing an origin story. We actually get to explore the entire place now.
King Loghain will not suffer the delay of his...
Vieta, this land is held in trust for the sovereign dwarven kings. I cannot allow entry at this time.
King Loghain demands the allegiance of the Desher, or lords, or whatever you call them in your assembly. I am his appointed messenger.
I don't care if you're the king's wiper. Orzammar will have none but its own until our throne is settled.
What's happened to my father?
You're the exile. Aye. Despite your brother Balin's best efforts, sorrow finished what your kinslaying started. Your father is dead.
Kinslayer? Oh, you're not getting in.
How did my father die?
Losing a son to murder, and a daughter to exile. Who can blame him for seeking peace among the ancestors? The Assembly has gone through a dozen votes without agreeing on a successor. If it is not settled soon, we risk a civil war.
The Grey Wardens need their traditional dwarven allies.
The Wardens killed King Cailan and nearly doomed Ferelden. They're sworn enemies of King Loghain.
Well, that is the Royal Seal. That means only the Assembly is authorized to address it. Grey Warden, you may pass.
What? She's a traitor! And a kinslayer, you said it yourself! In the name of King Loghain, I demand that you execute this stain on the honor of Ferelden!
Run to your false king. The dwarves will not hear him today.
You'll hear of this. King Loghain will see you quartered.
You are free to enter Orzammar, Grey Warden. Though I don't know what help you will find.
Welcome home.
Atras follow, Warden. Your arrival is a mixed blessing. You left chaos to fester in your house, but we must respect your new role.
Exactly. No matter what you think of me, I'm welcome back in Orzammar because of what my new job is.
Now that's a thing of beauty, daughter. If you work hard like Branka, all Orzammar will know your name. Mother,
This is code. I'm just collecting code stuff to read later on.
Don't say that.
In my opinion, if you want a long
Get back to the forge. I want to see more details.
This is the place to go. I'll probably read more about Orzammar than any other place, trust me. Even in my other non-dwarven playthroughs.
So, let me get this straight.
Unfortunately, the dwarven place is only important in this game.
You must have been a brother before you became a Templar, no?
I never actually became a Templar. I was recruited into...
But they don't fail the dwarves in this game because, oh my goodness, these are my favourite fantasy dwarves of all time, I'm not joking. I love the dwarves in this game, just like I like the elves in this game. The elves in this game are the only elves I actually like. Welcome home.
It is the Assembly who makes a king, and a king who nominates his successor. None of it is carried in the blood.
Or, as now, when someone tries using the Assembly to pull a coup. Who's to say what my father said in his final hours, when the usurper Harrowmont was the only one by his side?
I'll have you thrown in prison.
You've bitten off more than you can chew!
Handlers, separate these dashers in the Diamond Quarter. I will not have Balin incite a riot.
Not speak that way about the man who should be king!
Yeah, things have gone to shit since we were last here.
I won't have fighting in the Commons, especially in front of outsiders. Exile, you are not to show your face here again. I have enough crime to deal with. I shouldn't have to dump you back in the deep roads.
Think before you act. I am more than I was.
That's right. You found pity topside. The Warden should have better sense when choosing allies. Surfacers and their cloud-addled heads. Fine, oh illustrious Grey Warden. What do you want?
Are you sure the city can function like this?
Blame yourself for that. The deaths in your house brought us here. And still the tavern is open, and the market is busy. Orzammar has suffered worse. The ancestors will see us through.
Paramount and Balin are the ones I need.
They've caged themselves for fear of each other. As you've seen, keeping order down among us working people is dodgy. No place for a proper lord. Balin speaks through his second, Vartag Gavorn, in the Assembly. Lord Harrowmont speaks through Dulin Ferender from his estate. Yes, you should.
And as I explained to Max off screen, I mean, ordinarily when I play through this character inside of Paramount, because I've got a vendetta over it as my brother, but the way we're playing it, I'm showing you the best outcomes in this game I can for the first playthrough, and I'll be doing this most of the times as well. So this character, for the first time as a Dwarven Noble in my case, I will side with Balin, because despite any personal grudges that my character should feel towards Balin, I should put that aside for the greater good. So basically, by siding with Balin, I'm not forgetting what he did. I'm showing myself to be the bigger person.
That's a traditional Ferelden lamb.
I'm showing myself to be the
Do you like it?
Because I'm putting my personal grudge aside to try and save what we can. And you remember when we went to watch the Provings at the beginning? This is where we went.
The Proving Grounds. Blood sport entertainment for the masses at its best.
It cannot be.
Sorry.
No.
I mean, I need to go down here to finish the key of the city side quest, which gives me a ring that gives me a buff to all my stats, but it's not necessary, really. It's just a fun thing that I normally like to do. It gives you a nice bit of look. But honestly, I'm going to focus on what I came here today.
It took me years and years to learn, and even then I'm not the best at it.
I know there's one side quest
sneak around when spotted.
I'm sorry. Did you have an offering for the ancestors? I can move aside. I don't have much to bring them.
What are you praying for?
My name is Filda, widow of Turok of the Smith caste. I pray here every day for my son, Ruck. I only wish I knew whether I should be asking for his safe return or for the ancestors to accept his soul.
What happened to him?
It was 5 years ago. He was only a youngster. He joined a Deep Roads excursion, the only smith to go with the warriors to repair their arms. He was so proud, but he got separated somehow. When they came home, he wasn't with them.
You want me to go look for him?
How? There is no way except to brave the Deep Roads yourself.
That's what we do. I'm a Grey Warden.
A warden? So you could do it. Only wardens face the Deep Roads without a company backing them. Oh, thank you. The ancestors finally heed my prayers.
Take heart, good Widow Filda. We'll do our best.
Please, find me as soon as you return.
I'm not going to do that side quest. I'm not going to go explore here too much yet. I'll go explore there later. However, there is, in fact, before I actually get into doing this place proper, there is one more side quest I remember I kind of need to do myself.
Excuse me, Oh, I actually was talking to your companions, or are you from the surface too?
Can I help you?
I've been trying forever to find someone who really knows the surface world. I don't suppose you've heard of something called the Circle?
My companion here is a senior enchanter.
Oh, my lady, it's an honor. I've never met an actual mage. Is it true you can manipulate nature's forces with your mind? Like you were born with lyrium in your veins?
Don't let the glamour fool you, child. Wielding magic is a dangerous occupation and a great responsibility.
Stop trying to be Uncle Ben and answer her question.
I've been trying to reach someone there for years. I've sent missives with every caravan, but I never get a reply. I want to know if they would accept me for study.
You want to leave Walsum?
I want to go to the Circle to study. I don't want to do magic. No dwarf can cast spells, but I don't see why I shouldn't study it.
No.
It would be a
After
valuable
what happened
exchange.
to me, yeah, I'm all
Orzammar
for
would
her
learn
leaving
of one of the
Orzammar. She
great
wants
natural forces of the surface. And the Circle gains direct access to our knowledge of lyrium smithing.
I could bring the Circle west.
That would be wonderful. My name is Dagna, daughter of Janar of the Smith caste. Tell them I've already begun reading the Teventer Imperiums for Tikum Kadab, and it's just fascinating. Did you know the Imperial Magister Lords once had genealogies of every human family known to produce a mage child?
She's so enthusiastic and adorable. I'm glad we're helping her.
Oh, I'll go pack my bags right now. I'll be waiting by my father's shop.
You know what? As I said, I'm just gonna briefly take a detour real quick. I hope you don't mind. I know you're looking at. I know you were looking at me. Why aren't you doing Orzammar yet? Please do Orzammar. Look, I'm setting up future events. If you guys want me to stream Dragon Age Inquisition in the future at some point, I have to do the side quest. It's the rules. The rules. By my sodding ancestors, I need to do the rules. So, I'm sorry, quick detour to the Circle Tower. But you're already detoured to the Brazilian Forest. And now I'm detouring to the Circle Tower. This is the last time, I swear. We will start Orzammar afterwards. circle tower, please. We just swam across, whatever.
Welcome back, friend. You'll be glad to learn that the Circle is well on its way to recovery.
Hello, Grandad. Dagna wishes to join the Circle.
Ozma, indeed. You have piqued my curiosity. It is common knowledge that dwarves lack the aptitude for spellcraft. She will never be able to weave the simplest magic, no matter how hard she tries.
She is aware of this, but her interest has not waned.
Fascinating. I suppose the Circle should be flattered.
She is willing to give up casting clan for this.
I see. If she is willing to sacrifice so much for this, then we should feel honored. Tell Dagna of Ozma that this path will not be easy. But if she chooses it, then she is welcome here at the Circle. She will live and study with the Tranquil, and perhaps the apprentices, when it is appropriate.
I will thank you for this first encounter. Not only have you done a favour for Alistair here, you've also done a favour to me.
If only the Circle was in better shape. I fear she may be disappointed when she arrives.
You'll have an extra pair of hands to rebuild. Not only hands, the most skilled, the hands and the most skilled craftsmen on this continent.
This will be interesting. She could tell us much about our dwarven neighbors. Yes, the more I think about it, the more I like the idea. I shall take this as an indication that perhaps things are starting to look up for the Circle. Thank you. I wish you well. Know you will always be welcome here.
And if you think about it, from what I described to you earlier in this session, Max, it's not really a spoiler of this, but if we sided with the guy who was fighting my corner in the prologue, he would have a go at me for even contemplating this, but my brother, putting my differences aside and helping my brother, which is what we're doing, my brother would be like me. He would be welcoming this idea as a way to settle the trade between us, the dwarves, and the mages. So he would support, our brother would support my idea. So, another easy win. As I said, it was just the briefest of side quests.
Hello, how can I...
Hello there.
It's you! And it's been, well, quite a while. Enough time to get to the Circle and back, I hope.
Yes.
Oh, please tell me what they said.
The first enchanter has accepted you.
Ancestors, bless you. I can't believe it. There hasn't even been a dwarven observer in the Circle since Urelden in the 13th century. I need to pack. No, my parents would get suspicious. I need to go. Is there anything I should bring? Books? Tuition?
Nothing. The mages need every ally they can get.
Then I should go before my parents come looking for me. If you ever go to the Circle again, maybe I'll see you there.
Maybe. Now that we've finished with that, let's go set up a meeting with our brother, shall we?
So the closer you live to the surface, the higher class you are. Unless you're actually on the surface.
That's right, Alistair.
News of the hour. 2 more clans endorsed Lord Balin as the new king.
However, before we go to the assembly, there's one more place I should show you. It was locked off earlier, but this, right here, I'm not going in here yet, but we'll be going in here later on to cover a couple of side quests I'll be doing on the way out. This is the Grand Shaper of the... This is where all Dwarven history is... You know what? I am gonna go in because I want to pick up a side quest here, and also I want to talk to the actual guy here to give
Steve! Who would dare take from the memory?
Oh, pardon me. Were you looking for a particular volume? Not that I could really help. I don't know the libraries very well. I'm just doing some research.
What kind of research?
I was looking for something about the Orton Tig. It was lost during the last Blight, and there aren't many records left. They were a noble house once, descended from the Paragon Orton, who composed the grand epic of the Seven Brothers and the Ortonic Symphony. My mother's family believes they were descended from Kalana Orton, who was training in Orzammar when the Tig fell. I'm even named for the house, Orta. Unfortunately, any records would be buried in the Tig's ruins, somewhere in the deep roads.
I do not accept this side quest you babble on so much. It's just a passing fancy of this streaming experience. You cannot go onto an Xbox stream from Cord without him disconnecting at least once.
A Grey Warden? Mother always said that if anyone could find the Tig, it was the Wardens. I hear Prince Balin and Lord Harrowmont have both been sending out small teams these days. Yes, if you can find the Tig in any records, that could do it. That could prove I'm a noble. If you could. Maybe now that you're looking. It's almost too much to hope.
Yeah, I'll look for you. But the reason I came here... I'm gonna go back here for a minute. The reason I came here is... Of course.
It's...
Gloves of Diligence in the search for the true prophet.
Done.
The most diligent of gloves. Legion of the Dead. This is all Codex stuff we'll be reading later. So tomorrow's, next week's Codex session will be really long, trust me. And I don't care, because it's Orzammar, the most interesting place in all of this, in this entire setting. No joke. It's no joke that every time we do a fantasy second line, it's the dwarves of the most interesting culture.
When I last walked this hall, Endrin was king and Orzammar was at peace. The memories often speak of the swiftness with which change overtakes us. But it is different to see it firsthand. I apologize, Warden. I should not burden a stranger with such thoughts. I am Zebor, the Shaper of Memories.
I am no stranger to Orzammar, my Lord Shaper.
Your exile is written in the memories, Warden. I am sorry, but Orzammar cannot be your home, nor I your Shaper. We must all obey the Ancestors' rules.
That's enough of this sad talk. Let us talk about Orzammar. We have a story to tell my companions.
Ask, and I shall do my best to answer.
What's the difference between an ancestor and a paragon?
All dwarves who die return to the stone as ancestors, to guide their families forever. but only one every few generations rises to paragon. A paragon is a dwarf whose accomplishments change Orzammar so much that the Assembly recognizes they've been born blessed. They are venerated as living ancestors and found a new noble house forever bearing their name.
Are there any paragons in Orzammar as we speak?
There is one paragon of this generation, a woman named Branka. She was born a smith, but her inventions caught the Assembly's eye. Before she had seen 20 years, she created a smokeless coal. It could burn in a cave without vents and no one would choke from it. It earned her paragon status.
Where is this Branka now?
She went into the deep roads 2 years ago seeking out secrets of the ancient smiths. She never returned.
I smell a quest. Do you? How did the caste system come to be?
According to our legends, 7 brothers founded our empire. The youngest, Bloadlik, was the wisest and was chosen king. His children formed the noble caste. The eldest, Giachet, trained his sons to defend their king. They became the warrior caste. Shatgyar founded the artisans. Orzatyar forged our first swords. It was Orzammar who dug the mines that became our city's foundations. The twins Koapar and Noct both founded trading houses, but Noct was wounded in battle. On his recovery, he swore to serve his brother's sons.
What about the casteless?
The casteless descend from criminals and those repudiated by their own families, or who chose to go to the surface and live by human laws. They have no ancestors to guide them and no families to claim them. They should not have been born. Their parents defied their shame and brought cursed children into the world. It's better they die young.
Seems easy for you to dismiss.
Their births are not recorded in the memories. In Orzammar, they do not exist. Is there something more pleasant you wish to discuss?
Let's just say, by the time we finish this, we should change. We should have changed that. Tell me some of Orzammar's history.
Perhaps the books here can make up for the lack of attention you paid your elders. We were a great empire once, and our land stretched through the deep roads. Kal Shirak was capital then, but we lost too many battles. We lost our golems, and we lost our territory. Now the empire is simply ruined tunnels filled with darkspawn.
How did you lose your golems?
The Paragon Caridon, a smith of unsurpassed genius, invented the golems. For years they were our weapon against the darkspawn. One golem is worth 12 dwarves in battle, but Caridon's Tig is far into the deep roads. When it fell, we lost his secret to creating golems. There are books about it along these walls if you would read more.
Where is Kal Shirak?
At the other side of the old empire. During the last blight, the kings of Orzammar knew they couldn't hold everything. They sealed the deep roads, abandoning everyone still trapped in far-flung settlements. It was the only way to survive. Kal Shirak is the only other city to outlast the blight. We only rediscovered them recently, and they still haven't forgiven us. I will settle your mind if I can, Warden. Please, speak your mind. Your presence here has been recorded in the memories. I wish I knew what significance it has.
You'll find out soon enough, my friend. At least with this guy, even though everyone treats us like shit because of my brother's schemes, at least this guy's like typical dwarven politics. You were just a victim. He actually treats us as an equal, despite our Exactly, or he at least suspects the truth. I think the only two people living here who truly know the truth are Lord Harriman. The ones that we're fighting over, Balin and Harriman. They're the only ones who know the full truth. I think the Shaper can only suspect the truth.
The assembly is in session. Enter quietly if you wish to observe.
I will observe it because this is important.
Your mind has gone to dust if you think we would pass such a writ. Half our houses would go broke without the surface trade.
The proposal is only effective until we have a king to ensure we are respected by the surfacers.
Leaving you conveniently positioned to take over all contracts. I'll see your head on a pike first.
Deshers, lords and ladies of the Assembly. I've already doubled the guard to prevent violence. Must I summon more?
Steward Bandalore, Balin's sympathizers are tying our hands with trivialities. They may as well open us to the sky.
I suggest we put the matter to a vote.
And I suggest you have a taste of my family's mace.
Enough. The Assembly is in recess until the members can regain control of their emotions.
Dwarven politics. Can't beat them.
Stone-forsaken fools and dusters. So it's true. The exile has returned, and we are to treat you as a respected guest. And for that, you earn my respect, more than as a member of your lost family name. If only the Assembly thought the same. Respect for your role is great, but you won't receive a proper hearing until we have a king on the throne.
Is there any way I can break this still? Is there any way I can break this stalemate?
I must admit, Warden, I am at a loss myself. It lies with Prince Balin or Lord Harrowmont, and they are slow to trust anyone in these uncertain times. Dulin Ferendurn, Harrowmont's man, can be found at the Harrowmont estate. Vartag Gavorn, Prince Balin's second, is often here in the Assembly. I only wish there was more I could do for you.
This guy is showing he's actually one of the bigger people in this entire city. Everyone else here has been treating us like shit. The only two people who's treated us with any respect since we got here are this guy and the guy in the shape room.
I heard you had returned to his exile. What insult do you mean by coming here? House Idukun struck your name from its records the day you killed Trian. With Endrin gone, Balin must take his throne. I have seen this treaty in the Shaper's libraries, but it is only the king it compels, and your father has unfortunately passed on. If you seek Balin's help, he can only give it from the throne, and only if no one stands in the way of his getting there.
Are you asking for my help?
I'm saying that if you want a king who'll heed your call to fight the Darkspawn, you'll have to show you've put the past behind you.
I've been showing through this entire conversation I've put the past behind me for the greater good. It is you who must put the past behind you.
So you really have thrown your lot in with the surface. Very well. As long as you understand Orzammar is Balin's, I will allow you the chance to prove it. Harrowmont has been buying the votes of every Desher he can turn, but he is running out of promises. Recently, he offered the same estate to both Lady Dace and young Lord Helmy. He hopes the vote will pass before he has to pay up. I have the promissory notes, but they know of my loyalties to Balin. If you, on the other hand, brought them this evidence, they know you have little love for your brother and will believe you. Prove your loyalty, and perhaps you'll get the reunion you desire.
That's what must be done.
Lady Dace doesn't leave the quarter much, but Lord Helmy's adventurous, likes to spend his time at tapsters in the Commons. Remember, don't tell them you got these papers from me. You learned of them and drew your own conclusions.
I can think of one playthrough out of the 6 here I will side with Harrowmont, but it's gonna be because of different reasons. This is the playthrough they push you most towards siding with Harrowmont. like I said, I'm playing someone who's putting their past behind them, so that's kind of changes the point, doesn't it?
Lord Harrowmont sends his greetings, Exile. He was surprised to see you back here. That may be, and that is a terrible risk for the surface. But even if the world would end tomorrow, Lord Harrowmont cannot ignore Balin today. He cannot afford to trust anyone of unproven loyalties. That's a generous offer. If you mean it, you might attend the proving today. The Deshers take it very seriously. And unfortunately, Balin found some way to blackmail or intimidate House Harrowmont's best fighters into stepping down. It would certainly make your loyalties loud and clear. Balin would never work with anyone who humiliated him in that way. Harrowmont would have no fear of meeting with you then. Then I'm afraid your only choice is to wait until there's a winner. Lord Harrowmont cannot risk his life working with someone of unproven loyalties. If you change your mind, let me know. The proving is this afternoon, and Lord Harrowmont could certainly use you on his side.
I'm not going to do my quest. I mean,
Grey Warden arrives in
that should have unlocked the proving for me to go do this little side quest I want to do while we're in Orzammar.
Questions arise regarding Lord Balin's impending marriage.
Honestly, yeah.
Favoritism to the castless suspected.
What do you want? Are you a messenger from some other Desher? Ah, such a noble profession. Cleaning up whatever darkspawn stragglers make it to the surface. You must be very proud. Well, this isn't exactly a surface broadsheet. Where did you get these? Never mind. It is true enough, but there's nothing I can do about it. This deal was made on behalf of our entire house. Only my father can revoke it.
Where is he?
He is leading a Deep Roads expedition, trying to secure an ancient Tig. It's unlikely he'll be back before the election, but perhaps this vote is important enough for you to brave the tunnels to tell him? The Dace family would be in your debt.
I will go tell him.
Thank you. He was searching an old Idukan site. He left me with this map, in case his expedition never returned. I'll give you a pass as well. Usually, no one is allowed past the front lines. Good luck.
The music in this, again, I haven't said anything because I wanted to hear the music on its own, but the music is the best. I love
You remind
it. I mean,
me
there's
of
good music in other areas in this game, but this one just stands out above the rest.
She was an Orlesian lady. My mother...
I think I've lost count of how many times I told you Orzammar is my favourite part of the entire game. Like I said, talking to the aid of the other guy of the area I need to go to finish his side quest. Depending how quickly I get the stuff above ground in Orzammar done, the Deep Roads is where we're going for the second half of the game, and that could take a while as well. So depending how quickly I get this part of the game done, I might do it. Well, kind of and if I go arrow straight into how I want to do it, I can get it really quickly. pick up the last section of what I want from the side quest. So I'll go pick it up there real quick and then I'll finish off the first quest to get a meeting with Barbara.
Did you speak often with King?
You're asking me if I have a relationship with my brother, aren't you?
Yes. I wonder what he thought of you.
I don't think he...
In here we will find...
Told him I don't understand why the provings aren't open to everyone. Lord Dennick Helmy, honored Desher of the Orzammar Assembly, and terrible disappointment to my esteemed mother, who doesn't like me spending time in taverns. So I'm curious. You've been living on the surface, right? Does it function any worse than Orzammar for having abolished caste?
It's a controversial opinion for Wolfen.
Very good. I guess someone already told you I was good for nothing, drinking my life away at tapsters. Or did they leave off with greatest shame to ever fall upon the Assembly? I've always liked that one. You know, most smiths and tavern keeps would make decent deshers if we gave them a chance and a seat in the Assembly. Orzammar is so mired in tradition, no one bothers asking if the castes are even necessary.
I agree, actually. I have news. Harmon is double dipping.
Oh, well, I'd ask for proof, or why you care, but frankly, I'm so tired of it I'm not even surprised anymore. I don't even want the land, but my house would kill me if I turned it down. Responsibilities, you know.
I get you.
Now I'll have to go through the whole process of rejecting the deal. And they'll both have to try something else. And I thought it was going to be a nice day.
I vote for Harriman if he didn't want the land.
I actually thought he was the better candidate. You must think I'm pretty soddy naive, huh? They're all the same, well-dressed, blood-sucking cave ticks.
Yeah, they are.
I'll have to inform Mother that Lord Harrowmont hasn't bought our vote after all.
What do you want? Oh, I heard about you. The exiled princess returned in Grey Warden's armor to put the past behind her. Someone saw you talking to Vartag Gavorn, and now it's all over that you've been doing dirty errands for Balin. I figured you'd be the one, you know, who could help me find Branka. But I guess you're just like all the rest.
Should I know you or this Branka?
Branka's a paragon. Only one smart enough to be raised in the last 4 generations. She's a smith, invented some kind of new coal that burns clean. It's been 2 years since she disappeared down the deep roads, and your boss never gave her a thought. I wonder, what does he think he can get from her now? I know he's been poking around, trying to find things out about her, what she was looking for. Won't tell me spit, though.
You recognize
he wants
him
it
now,
for himself, right? A little blessing from the ancients' technology, and he's assured the throne.
It shows how versatile the voice actor is, doesn't it? I'm not going to name him in front of the camera, but you say in my ear, voice in my head, name the voice actor.
Too little, too late. But it's a nice gesture, Warden.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you.
If you think your boot kissing will get you an in I don't have, you're welcome to try this. I know both Harrowmont and Balin have been asking about her.
I know.
2 years without a peep. Suddenly, now they want to start looking. If you find out what they know, it might just put me a step closer to finding her. Or sit here and have a drink. It's all the bleeding same to me. Barkeep.
So yeah, the voice actor who played that specific character in Star Wars Rebels game is one of the protagonists. I knew you'd recognize the voice actor if I gave you a little bit of product. Trust me. Of all the voice actors in this game, that was the one I was like, right, you're gonna know this one, and you're gonna kick yourself if you don't. him, and there's also the... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me guess. This is where the poor people
There was
live.
two voice actors I was waiting for you to hear in this game, and you've now heard both of them. Obviously, the other one I was waiting for you to hear was the second in command to the bad guy in this game. And you recognised him instantly, so you're not too...
My,
you're not
they're
too
all
bad.
so eager, aren't they?
We'll get plenty for their kids.
Away with you.
I only came down here to collect something. I'll be coming down here for a main part of the story later on, but... Yep, that's the last part I needed. So I'm gonna go finish off this main quest. And then when I go turn in this bit before I meet my brother, my reward for this side quest should be right next to the aid. Anyway, I'm gonna go be right back real quick. Alright, let's continue and untangle this. The cable is very tangly when it's short. Anyway, you can still hear me, right? Keep going. Has anyone showed up in chat yet? Because we've been streaming for a while.
Hey, what's down there?
Okay, no problem. I forewarned the guy I was forewarning earlier, so he's not
I'm
here, it's
sorry,
his fault.
but I cannot allow you past the front lines without Adesh's permission. And I've heard nothing of any new patrols scheduled to leave today.
I'm on business for, I'm looking for Lord Dace's patrol.
I see you have his daughter's seal, so I will not stop you. But be careful. Just because the beasts have pulled back from Orzammar doesn't mean there are any fewer in the deep roads. Either we finally have the edge, which I doubt, or the beasts are building up numbers for the next attack.
Actually, they've made their move on the surface.
The surface? But I thought the vermin never went up that far except
during blights. Ancestors save us if that's what's happening.
What do you know about the Paragon Bronca?
What anyone knows. She went out there with her entire house and she's never coming back.
You don't think maybe she's still there, Commander? She is a paragon, after all.
And now she's an
But
ancestor.
I'm a renegade.
No one lasts 2 years in the tunnels.
I should go.
Best of luck.
This deep roads. A lot of people don't like the deep roads. However, I don't mind them. I can see why people dislike them, but I don't mind them because it shows a lot of Northern culture. We've already been here, so we already know what to expect with these places. Just like Orzammar, though, we get to explore the deep roads even now. And if you think about it, we're in Idugan Tide. This is the place where our life changed forever. So I think our character's going to be happy. Our character's going to be happy.
Watch out. There's Darkthorn over there.
Right on the spot where my brother died, there's a chest now.
What now?
That's not ominous.
Right.
Left. Left, right, left.
Just like you wanted.
Is it? Is it really?
Another battle speeds our way.
Between this and Star Wars RPG, we've been dealing with a lot of stuff.
Another creature ahead.
I didn't mean to burp the entire thing. I didn't mean to burp it. Me.
Oh.
No. It was disgustingly awesome. I used to be able to burp. I used to be able to burp the entire theme of Indiana Jones. I mean the entire symphony.
What shall we do here?
I mean,
off I go.
Not particularly. If she does go to like a bar or a nightclub or something, she's usually accompanied by Kyle Katarn or somebody, someone who actually knows to hold their own bar, so I don't think you'll be too worried.
I finished.
People at home are wondering, what the fuck are they talking about? Watch Star Wars RPG. But first, watch me run around in circles in the deep roads, because you all enjoy doing that. Yeah, it's easy to get lost in the deep roads, but honestly, I don't mind roads. It's a maze. A lot of people get frustrated by maze areas, but if it's like a well-designed maze area with a lot of lords and you can't hate the game for doing the function it's supposed to do well. If this place is like not supposed to be a maze, but it was difficult to get around, like the Fade, I get it. I would get it. Here it's just adds to the lore. Level up. Ah, we get a second specialization. Perfect. That one. Champion gets two to our willpower and one to our cunning. Templar. The Templar abilities are a lot better in the second game. This game is not that great. I'm gonna go. The best build to go is Berserker Reaver. But I'm gonna save that build for someone else who's more suited to it. However, I think Champion fits this character pretty well. So I'll take that. And an extra bit to strength. 2 points to constitution. Critical strike, that would be very useful. I think I'll put that as my new. That ability, and I'll put that along there because I don't really use that much. There we go. Onwards to Neverland. This door changed my life so much.
Well, all right.
Check the stats of everyone. I've got the strength that I need, you've got the strength that you need. Perfect. So we're doing an arm swap at the end of the session. I just want to make sure
Just
he
like
has the correct.
you wanted.
I want to make sure he has the correct abilities necessary to be able to do it. I mean, he probably won't be able to do that swap. He'll benefit.
Don't let them make off with another one.
Jesus, 2 hours. Like I said, depending on how...
I don't think that's the last of them.
Another creature
things
ahead.
may suffer.
I might
So I shall.
This could well be the longest stream to do.
What now?
Let's see. Anyway. I gotta have days. I gotta talk to days.
No, I don't think so.
You failed me, Liliana.
You pulled us from a tight spot, friend. You have my gratitude. I am Lord Anwar Dace. I heard nothing of another expedition. What brings you here so fortuitously?
You should look at these papers.
I don't understand. What could... These are the terms of a deal we made with Lord Harrowmont, but... the charlatan. He's promised the exact same land to Helmy. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I owe you twice now. My life and my house's fortune.
Perhaps you will return the favor.
Ah yes, a favor for a favor. My family is very influential with some of the surface merchants. If you attend any of their stores, you'll find them quite obliging to any friend of the Daces. I must return now. My men need healing, and I want to look into this. You wish to travel with us?
Sure, safety
And let us reach Orzammar before more beasts find our scent.
I mean, the reason I'm not trying to influence the vote here is because, look, I'm all for earning the attention of Baylor, but I'm not going to do it completely for him.
A new offensive is required against the Darkspawn, as Lord Mason.
Look, I'm boosting you because you're the better option. If you want me to manipulate your opponents for you, no, actually your job. My job is to give you backing for the crown and get your raid to fight with Darkspawn, nothing more. Like I said, and here's the extra boost thing I want. Oh wait, I forgot to give this to Win. I forgot to give her. No, that hand-me-down is special. Anyone can use it, but that hand-me-down I feel is always specific, and so I'll let her have it. Right, now that I've done that,
Lady Dace just came through the quarter on a tear. She's telling everyone who'll listen what a leech and a liar Harrowmont is. Good job. It's touching to see how strong your love is for your brother. He's ready to see you now if you wish.
Take me to him.
I warn you, be on your best behavior, and keep your weapons sheathed.
I won't be on my best behavior, but I'll keep my weapon sheath, I'll promise that. I don't love my brother anymore, I just want to pass behind me.
Well, who would have imagined? My big sister back from the dead, and calling herself a Grey Warden. I could hardly believe it when Vartag said you wished to help me regain the throne.
Why did you do it? I mean, I'm not gonna try and beat around the bush. I'm not gonna say, how dare you, spit in his face and leave, but I do think he owes us an explanation. Don't you agree?
You'd have acted against me in a heartbeat if I hadn't done it first. The same way you turned everyone in the Assembly against Trian. The same way our father, may the ancestors bless him, convinced his elder brother to enter a proving against a convicted murderer. Who do you think gave the murderer the poison to put on his blade?
I mean, to be fair, yeah. You can't blame him for playing a winning hand. Honestly. It's dwarven politics. I said that I didn't like what he... I said my feelings at the start of the game. I didn't like what he did, but I could respect him playing a winning hand. But honestly, I think my character would be smart. I think that's why I'm not doing it with my character. I mean, I would choose that option as well, but this character in particular, I don't think she would. I think she realizes that Balin would never believe her if she said that, honestly. At one point, maybe she did think about it. Maybe she was trying to win favor with the Lords. I mean, which noble wouldn't? So yeah, I'm going to go with this option.
And I guess you finally learned something about politics. Now Vartag tells me you're here seeking allies against the Blight. You were right to turn to me. Harrowmont would bow and dandle you on his knee like a child. But he could never overcome the Assembly's resistance to your treaty. This is a time for action, not cultured debate. We need absolute unity to fight against the fulcrum of true evil.
There'll be time for politics when the Darkspawn are gone.
Unfortunately, while this debate rages, I have no power to send the troops you need. You've seen for yourself, the city is a slaughterhouse. Criminals run lawless. I could never hold the throne if I allowed such chaos.
That's kind of why I like Balin as much as I hate him. Especially in this situation. This is the first time I've ever done it this way. Not only can he see you're willing to put your grievances behind you to try and better the realm, he's also willing to do the same to give you the aid you need against the Darkspawn. This is why I both like and hate Balin at the same time. He's masterfully written. Maybe I could do something about that.
Jarvia and her Carta are behind this bedlam. If you can eliminate them, I promise as king, I will send as many troops as you need to fight the Darkspawn. Unfortunately, Jarvia's base of operations is in Dusttown, and you know how little leverage we have there. The castless refuse to cooperate with my men. But now that you've spent so much time on the surface, you're practically one of them. Perhaps you'll have better luck.
I'll look into it, that's all I can promise.
Still taking the middle ground, big sister? I should have known you wouldn't give a firm answer. Take your time then. But remember, every minute you wait, more Darkspawn walk the surface lands.
I mean, at the same time, both of our characters are right. My character's right to take the cautious route, not jumping into killing this Carter boss until we actually figure out exactly what she's doing. But at the same time, the brother's right, saying the more time we waste, the more Darkspawn go to the surface. Both are correct here, so they can't argue against Iron. I loved it. More and more, you're beginning to see why I absolutely adore this part of the game. But before we leave, we've got some exploration to do. Let's go back to our old bedrooms. This is Balin's old bedroom. Here. Trian's old bedroom's over here.
What now?
This is the bedroom of our dearly departed.
It's done.
The one that was murdered to set us up. And we will be reading our brother's journal later next session as part of the codex session. Well, he's dead now, so who's going to complain about us reading his journal? I know, but it'll give us context about what happened to him. I mean, this is our old room.
I finished.
So our brother's using my old room for a sick bed.
Please be quiet. My patient needs a rest. Fools and their politics. The poison was probably imported as a king killer, and she got dosed by mistake. I've never seen anything this potent.
You can't cure it?
It's a very strange toxin. I know there's a counter, but the ingredients are so rare, it just doesn't matter. If you can chase these things down, I'll thank you, but I won't get my hopes up. The stone will take her soon.
What's this quest? It won't exactly tell me what I'm looking for.
Any luck, Warden? She doesn't have much time. There's nothing I can do but wait. It's all but inevitable.
I mean, I've never completed that side quest, so that side quest probably is the main one. I mean, I've never been able to find the exact ingredients, so can't do like that, can I? Okay, the voice in my head is demanding I complete this side quest. I'm not against it, but I don't know how to do it, so it's called Exotic Methods. Yes. The voice in my head is the voice in my head has activated my Google search probe. That is why we can't complete it on this playthrough. Right there. You know what? I'll make it my mission next playthrough when I do my, I've already decided what my next playthrough will be because you wanted to see it. I'm going to play my Dwarven Rogue Commoner. So on him, I'll develop toxin stuff as one of my skill trees. So if... I know, but I forgot to do that with any of my teammates this time around. So like I said, next time around, I will spec my Dwarven Commoner to Toxin, and we will do this side quest next time. Is that agreeable to you? I can't do it. If it was just as simple as finding the ingredients and giving it to the herbalist, I would do it. But we need the toxin stuff, and I don't have them.
So, how is it the dwarves have a king? I thought they voted on everything.
News of the hour.
Grey Wardens approve of Lord Rumors of Grey Warden demon worship circulate.
Yeah, they have town cries out here to denounce you or praise you about throughout the quest. No joke. Since I'm doing Balin's quest line, if we at the end we'll have the town cry announce something really hilarious. I hope I can showcase that on full. I'm not going to tell you what he says because I don't remember it. It's been a while since I did it, but I remember it's fun. It's supposed to be fun.
Couldn't we all just...
Balin has corrupted the Warden. End this for Harrowmont.
Yeah, another thing about this quest to try and get no matter what side you're supposed to be dead, the fanatic now to the other side. It's like it shows you how the chaotic.
Let's make this quick.
Basically, it's world building, which is not really, it's not fully in your face. We hear reference to how things have gone badly from Balin or Harrowmont or anyone we talk to, but instead of saying folks roam the streets, blah 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 blah, explaining everything, it's actually showing it to you in real time. That's what I really enjoy about Orzammar. This place is where its Dragon Age world building at its strongest. No joke.
Well, look at that. It's not often old Nadezda sees a fine-dressed stranger here in Dust Town.
Bethesda!
Help
No, it's
poor
Bethesda,
cripple.
sorry. Wrong name. Wrong name! I thought you were called Bethesda. But you're not booking enough. You're not booking in and out of sequels, so you can't be Bethesda. What will you give me? I might have money. I might have money if you have information.
What are you looking for?
What do you know of the Carter?
Know it? I lived it, my friend. And let me tell you, it's worse now than in my day. Jarvia took over the Carta not more than a year ago, and already she's got every duster with both legs bearing swords for her.
And that line right there, it's more important when we play with Dwarven Commoner, but that line right there tells you how long that your character's been away from Orzammar. We've been away from Orzammar over a year. Or just under a year. It's been around about a year since Balin has betrayed us, so of course time would have passed and we're both able to get over it.
Won't be easy. She's gotten real careful since Barat died. Real paranoid. She's got Carta members all carrying these fingerbone tokens. She scratches some mark into them so she'll know they came from her. There's doors to her base all over the city, but only one is ever open at a time. And if you show up without a token, You'd never know it was there. Can't help you there, Salrocca. The Carter members keep them real tight. Now, how about that coin you promised? I'll think of you when I go to bed with a full stomach.
She gave me good information, I'll give her good money for it. Very fair.
Well, look what we have here.
Jarvia said you were looking for trouble. Congratulations. You found it.
More enemies.
You had to make that.
Don't kill me! Sorry ancestors! What do they teach you on the surface? You fight like a bleeding archdemon. Sweet bloody stone, look at them all!
Tell me where to find Jarvia. You join them.
The base is below the city. You can get to it through the wall of the third house on this row. Put this token through the slot, and it'll open. Will you let me go now?
No.
No!
Well, all right.
I'm wiping out the car. It'll be better for the city if I wipe
So I shall.
I mean, it would be the chivalrous way to let him go, but at the same time, it would be that is only a shirt of goodness. The long-term goodness and the best thing for the city. Right,
Hello? What's next?
Let's go.
Just like you wanted.
Spare a bit for the needy?
But the thing about it,
Please.
Door has a bow
It's not
now.
for me, it's for my...
What's the password?
Jarvia sucks lizard eggs.
Looks like we have a martyr, boys.
My, they're all so eager, aren't they? It's a fight! How lovely! Defend yourself!
I love that finish as my character that's just like, just backhands him like, there's nothing like it. Yeah. Baseball time.
Right ahead.
Yes. Away with you. Dear me, look at all the
This I kind of need to read now because take only the cheapest looking piece of each chest. This is a little side quest I always do because it's just a little bit.
Yes.
Gives it good help. At the end of the quest.
I'm wondering something. I'd like to know your thoughts about some of our traveling companions. Do you mind if I ask?
I didn't mean to do this, but sure.
Zevran, the elf. You can't trust him, can you? Do you believe his so-called vow?
Maybe. We'll see.
That's a lot to put on a maybe, isn't it? He's an assassin. The crows aren't known for giving up. Maybe he's just biding his time.
He is very useful.
Yes, well, he is at that. So useful, you could just die, right? What about Sten? The way he looks at me with those eyes. Creepy. And he's so quiet for someone so big.
I respect him.
The more I talk to him, the more reasonable he does seem. His philosophy is so strange. But it doesn't sound at all as vile as the Chantry describes it.
No shit.
Yet, he killed all those people. He doesn't even deny it. Doesn't that bother you?
He seems to regret what he did.
I'm not so sure that his regret means the same as it would for us. The Kunari sense of honor is a bit hard to grasp. For me, anyway. What about Liliana? Is she crazy? Or do you really believe in her vision?
I believe that she believes it.
That's one way to put it. I don't know what to make of her. If you look at her when she doesn't see you, she just looks so sad. I almost feel guilty taking her away from her life.
It was her choice.
Yes, I know. Still, I feel badly for her. Morrigan, do you trust her? Think about it. Maybe Flemeth sent her with us for some other reason than she said.
You really don't like each other, do you?
Well, aside from the fact that she's a complete and utter bitch, no, I don't like her at all. Why, do you?
I don't have to like her. She's useful.
That's the most sensible thing I've heard out of you yet. Just remember that she's dangerous too, and evil, and mean. Enough. I think my curiosity is sated. Let's get back to it, shall we?
Hello? What
You've
now?
got to love Alistair when he talks like that. He's not in your face funny like a lot of he just has he seems he goes about it like he can seemingly have a very boring, very weighted conversation with you, and then he just says something really actually funny.
My, they're all so eager, aren't they?
Anything
and how is that? Well, all right.
That he reminds me of the Breville sandwich maker. I will Breville. I will Breville.
Can't do that.
Insufficient skill, Liliana. Your skill is insufficient. How dare. How dare.
Of course.
one.
It's done.
Oh my... I'd already slit his throat twice. I think he was dead. He didn't stab him though, he bashed him in the face with his shield.
Well,
technically that was what Tussky was doing in the bow. She shot the necromancer in the face, but she just to make sure he was
I tried
dead.
to be merciful.
Why did they bother?
I mean, he displayed that when we said not romantically interested in him.
I finished.
The main PC doesn't want to sleep with me. I'm going to bash this random fucking face.
Well, all right. Of course.
Just to be the cut-off point for if we do it in 2 sessions, we'll have to finish the second quest. So, but if you want me to continue, I can do it. It just means we won't get
Trap right ahead.
But I'm done. You have more fun watching this anime,
Trap right ahead.
Ow. Leona told me it was a trap, it was too late. Not my momentum. Trap it. Oh! Ritual seppuku. This is
Let's make this quick.
sad thing that happened. Capture in that cage is the dead body.
Stranger, let me
Capture
out.
could have been.
I see you bear no
So
love.
whatever class you, whatever
Help
backstory
me.
you choose. The other five still exist. They all meet gruesome fates. Like since we picked them up, of the 6, I'll explain this while we're leveling up. Of the 6 classes we can pick, since we've picked the, if we didn't pick the Dwarven Noble, of course the Dwarven Noble would have died in the Deep Roads, being set up by her brother. For Dwarven Commoners, who we found in this cage right now, the Dwarven Commoner is actually starved to death by the Dwarven Mafia, who we're fighting right now. Not purposely, but you can come across them if you as like little Easter eggs. The Dalish Elf, my favourite personal one, ends up dying to the Darkspawn Taint. The city elf gets raped and murdered, or just murdered, depending on the sex, by a despot, a human lord in the capital city. And the mage gets brutally murdered by the Templars. So she gets killed by. She gets killed because of church tradition. So yeah. Hooray. Like I said, the fates of the main hero backstory don't make really gruesome.
I have finished.
Thank you.
I don't care. We're leaving. I did you a kindness. Now I'm leaving. I should go. My planet needs me. Hello there. Everybody's leveling up. It's Grandma's turn. What does Grandma require? Granny shouldn't be. Granny should take light. I'll give her some attack powers. I mean, Granny is mainly used as a buffer, and I like that. I want to give her some ability.
More enemies there.
Crap, right ahead. Right ahead.
Let's see. How are we going to die?
Well, all right.
Oh no!
Of course. My word.
Yes. Oh, great. No wonder to stop for lunch, too.
So, iron, steel, or red steel? Which do you think is the cheapest? I would go with iron as well. I mean, I'm just thinking as well, but the fun thing about this quest is if you pick the wrong one, the box sets off a trap and you get injured. So you have to deal with an injury. Yeah.
We are not alone. Really not alone.
Oh, decapitation! Of course, Alistair with his Templar training would be the one to kill the mage. Who do you expect? This is a tough one. Fluorspar, Garnet, or Malachite, which do you think is cheaper? My instinct would go with Garnet, but I might be wrong. I don't exactly remember. Malachite is a very strong stone, I think. A very rare and strong stone. I have no idea what Fluorspar is. Garnet is some sort of... Malachite is also... I think Malachite would also be really expensive as well, so that's why I'm torn between Garnet and Fluorspar. Okay. I was wrong. I was right, it was freaking Garnet! I've got a wasted a drink in now, thanks.
Sadly, no.
It's fine, don't worry. I know. Almost done with this part of the game though, so we are at the precipice. We are at the point. The jail, it's going to be in the jail. It's going to be all the way back here. Down there, it's going to be one of these sides of the bay. Aha! I think I found it. We didn't go into this room. We didn't enter this room.
Couldn't we all just get along?
Emerald, gold, or silver? Which is the cheapest? My instinct would go with silver. Honestly, that's my instinct. That was the easy one.
Let's go.
The hard one was the one we did second accidentally.
Just like you wanted.
I mean, Flurspar might be fictional. Flurspar might be fictional, but I do think Malachite exists. Malachite, I'm pretty sure exists. Flurspar is the only one of the three I'd say probably is fictional material. That's kind of why I went with Garnet, because Malachite is probably going to be really expensive, and Flurspar is a fictional material. I have no idea what the value is. Malachite is... I've heard of Malachite. Malachite is... I would probably say Malachite is a rare type of marble if I was to guess if it's real. Probably a rare type of marble. That could be why it's expensive. So that's why my instinct was going with Garnet. Yeah, it's a precious gemstone. Is it really going to be more expensive? I mean, I wasn't entirely sure either. That's why I was saying I'm going to let you make the decision. Plus, I don't remember this quest all that well, so yeah, I thought I'll let you decide.
All done.
Allow me. I could do that for you. What's next?
This battle keeps already.
We have done well.
Quickly now, at least.
Allow me. I could do that for you. What now?
This next fight we're going to come to here is pretty difficult if you don't watch your heal, if you don't watch your health. I brought Granny, and Granny's an amazing healer, so I don't need to worry about my health too much, I don't think. As long as Granny doesn't get knocked down, we should be fine.
So Balin finally realized his throne means nothing if he can't hold it, yet he still doesn't bother to send his own men. Well, you picked the wrong side, stranger. It doesn't matter who's king, as long as there's a queen.
You're awfully cocky for someone whose entire Carter is dead in my hand.
You'll pay for their deaths 100 times over. Kill them! But leave the pretty one alive. I have plans for her.
My, they're all so eager, aren't they?
Carter Lackey versus the former warrior princess of Orzammar. Who do you think was going to win? now.
Allow me. I could do that for you. I finished.
How could you compare me to Squall?
All over now.
Speaking of uncreative jokes, my turn to go.
God! By all the beards of my ancestors! How did you... Where did you come from? You made a hole in my wall! Oh yeah!
I'm sorry, I had to.
It does? Oh, sod it. If people find out about this, my business will be ruined. They'll think I have something to do with Jarvia. Dead? How? Did you... You did, didn't you? You killed her. And then you climbed out of there into my shop. Oh, just leave me alone. I don't want anything to do with this. And if anyone comes asking, I'm gonna tell them you did it. Oh, yeah! You again. Here to buy something, or were you just thinking of wrecking another part of my shop? Of course.
I'm gonna get rid of my infantry now. I normally do this off screen, but it's important to do it now because deep roads, you can get a lot of loot down there, and it's very, very easy to get overburdened with your infantry. I'm almost overburdened now. If you look at my infantry. Oh, I forgot to give gifts out to companions at the start of the session. I'll do that later. I'll probably do that at the end of the session or at the start of the next session. But I just realised I have those. Right, that's my infantry sorted out for the next area. Sorry for doing that boring thing, everyone. I just had to do it to make sure I had some room in my infantry for when we go to the deep roads. Maybe some nice guy over.
Sod it all, the exile. Never thought I'd see your face in the Commons. Never thought I'd be glad to either. But this can only help Balin. Whether he forgives you or you scare people, it's another crack in the old way. I'll take your gold. You're good for that.
take it, yeah. I'll buy all your presents. Give people presents. Later. Oh. Before we move on, let's drink this terminal mortal blessing. And level up. Well, I'd want some time. Let's see if there's another guy. There's another shop. Shop's running me all the time. I'm just gonna do the boring shit. Oh. Oh yeah. I'm gonna do the boring shit in terms of shopping now, anyway. The one thing I'm looking for is a backpack.
Greetings, and welcome to Garen Garrison's Luxury Goods Shop. Wow, there are a lot of you. And I've never seen one of those before. The things they come up with. What was I saying? Right. Yeah, I have some lovely things here. Lyrium. Enhanced, of course.
I would like to see this Lyrium. Take that. Take those. No backpacks, unfortunately. I'll get more decks. And I will take plus I think that would be more useful. Yes. I'll do that. Sorry for the boring shit pans.
News of the hour. Lord Balin, unable to win own battles, relies on Grey Wardens.
I'm just gonna stop with this a little bit.
News of the hour. Lord Balin, endorsed by the Grey Wardens. Darkspawn, already running in fear.
I love the propaganda at this place. And you know what? We're done with the main part of Orzammar and not even 3 hours streaming yet, so sod it. I'm gonna do a deep road. I'm doing all of Orzammar in one go. Okay. I didn't say I wasn't gonna do everything in this game. And I'm not doing everything in this game. I'm just doing the stuff that's necessary. I might.
Well, you've simply outdone yourself. They're talking all over the city about how someone finally went through Dusttown and slaughtered the Carta like genlocks.
They deserve to die for their crimes.
Everyone in Orzammar agrees. You have done the city a great service. I promise as soon as I take the throne, I will send the troops you need.
What will that be? Darkspawn no way for politics.
Unfortunately, I cannot say when. While many Deshers appreciate my ending Jarvia's threat, Harriman still holds great loyalty. We need something more dramatic to shift the balance.
What are you getting at?
What do you know of the Paragon Branca?
She was a smith, an inventor. She was a smith and inventor.
2 years ago, she heard of something the ancients created. It inspired her to leave everything behind and venture into the deep roads. She is the only paragon in 4 generations, and she turned her back on her responsibilities. A paragon is like an ancestor born in this time. If she returned, her vote would outweigh the entire assembly. Anyone with her support could take the throne unchallenged.
So you hope to bring her back to endorse you for the role of king?
I hope you will bring her back to endorse me as king.
What makes you think she's still alive?
She had an entire house with her, dedicated to her protection. With the number of ruins still intact, they could last for a long time. And Harrowmont is looking as well. It's too risky to assume she's dead only to have him take credit for finding her.
You're right.
Then we will both go down in history as a Paragon's saviors. So far, my men have traced Branka to Caridin's Cross, an ancient crossroad lost to the Darkspawn 4 centuries ago. Her trail ends there. Perhaps with your warden's expertise, you can find what my men could not.
What is this, bro? I'll leave her. If that is the case, then I should leave as soon as possible.
You have my thanks. Seek her in Caridin's Cross. I will try to delay the vote until you return.
I mean, of the two of us, I have the most experience with surviving the deep roads. He is right there. This is the point where our party will change. There's a specific combination I will do. Franny will stay in the party because I need a healer. But Alistair and Leliana will be swapped out for two different companions.
All be aware that the Grey Wardens have aligned with Lord Balin. Be not afraid to follow suit.
News of the Balin proven to be working with surfacers. Dedication to Dwarven values questioned.
Yeah, it's hard to side with Harriman if he holds to outdated traditions that people moving forward. That's the thing. That's why this decision is hard but necessary, because as much as I like Harriman, and especially your characters should like Harriman, it's hard to support a man who is actively hurting the progress of his team.
So, you were serious before when you said you wanted to help Branka, huh? I'm Ogren. I don't know if you remember. People seem to forget me these days. Or ignore. I forget which.
I mean, you've been trying to get help to find him, right?
I have. For all the sodding good it's done me. I'm the only one who still cares about her as a person. Everyone else thinks she's just a symbol they can leave in the deep roads where she can't offend anyone. I know what Branka wanted, and how she was looking. You presumably know everything Balin scouts have discovered about where she disappeared. If we pool our knowledge, we stand a chance of finding Branka. Otherwise, good sodding luck.
Sounds like we have a deal then.
You should know that Branka was looking for the Anvil of the Void, the secret to building golems, which was lost centuries ago. The smith Caridin built it, and with it, Orzammar had 100 years of peace, while it was protected by the golems forged on the anvil. As far as anyone knows, the anvil was built in the old Orton Tig. Branka planned to start looking there, if she could ever find it. All she knew was that it was past Caridin's Cross. No one's seen that Tig for 500 years.
500 years. Balin gave me a map.
If we're going, let's get moving. Branka's not gonna sodding find herself.
He has to come with me.
Oh, blast it.
Of all the...
And I will bring...
Yes. Pigeon crap. Yes.
I mean, I had to do that one more time, for old time's sake. And this is our final companion. You might want to rethink that later on, because he's my least favourite companion for certain reasons. You'll see, won't you? But I personally don't like him. He's the only companion in this game I actually don't. When I
Carradin's Cross. I can't believe Balin actually tracked this place down. This used to be one of the biggest crossroads in the old Empire. You could get anywhere from here, including Orton Tig.
Orton Tig. So you know where to go.
Aye. Branka dug up some maps of the ancient Empire. It's a little tough to tell with so much of it collapsed now. But near as I can figure, we're on the right path to Orton Tig.
What's so important about this Orton Tig?
It's the home of Carradin, the paragon who made the anvil. He was an Orton before he founded his own house, and even then, he spent most of his time in their Tig. Branka figured it was the best guess for where the anvil was located.
You know anything else about the anvil?
No one but Carradin ever really knew more than it had some kind of stone-blessed power. Every golem who ever ranged across the Empire was hammered on the steel of that anvil. But no one ever knew exactly how they were made. But Branka was sure she could find out.
Do you see any sign of her?
Not a one. But trust me, we will once we're on the path to the old Orton Tig. She was going to Carradin's home.
Let's go.
I've been waiting for someone to say that for 2 sodding years.
Well, look what we have here. Some of Balin's new toadies. Let's show him who's king.
Couldn't we all just get along? Lovely.
So I shall.
It's a hired cord. He's a hired cord. He's a hired cord.
Shale, why do you refer to me as the Elder Mage?
Clearly, because it is purple and a hyena.
Then you simply wish to be perverse? Surely you're better than that.
I have found that I'm allowed precious few amusements, since so many prefer to call me Gollum.
Of course.
I like lot, and I mean a lot. Hey, we leveled up again. We've leveled up a lot in this session. I'm just gonna put all my strength into strength. And at long last, I will complete I'll complete the two-handed tree. I wouldn't say it's the best tree in the game. There are some really good skill trees in this game. This game does skill trees extremely well. No joke. If I was to try and persuade you to try playing a BioWare game, I know you don't like shooting games, so I'm fine with you not playing one. This game I do. This game and Knights of the Republic is kind of similar to the Final Fantasy style turn-based. It's an action-based RPG. So you might if I notice that someone's down before they're down, I will use. If someone goes down and I notice it before the end of the combat, then take control of Rally does really useful. I'd say the resurrect resurrect spell, the haste spell, which makes you move a little faster, and the regular heal spells really group heal is probably the most heal. we know not to exit the Deep Roads area.
Time for more darkspawn, I see. Well, all right. Of course.
Cheeky bastard. I mean, I won't do this quest this time round, but in a later playthrough there is a side quest you can get a really good one. Yeah. It's been a long time.
You're gonna pay!
Okay, that was the most anticlimactic slow motion death I've ever seen. I'm just gonna get up slowly. It was either me or Shale who was the final blow, because that was so anticlimactic.
This looks like the right way out. Orton Tig. Won't be long now.
I've just shown you the speed version of how to get back quickly, so it is much more complicated. There's a lot more to explore in the Deep Roads, but at this point, I can't.
By the tits of my ancestors. Orton Tig. I never thought I'd see this place in the flesh. I can see Bronca all over this place. She always took chips from the walls at regular intervals when she was in a new tunnel. Checked their composition. If she was still here, though, she'd have sentries out by now.
Even in a game I love, it's very rare for me to go, I want to do everything in this game, so I kind of want to do it.
This was Carradin's home Tig. He was an Orton before he got raised to Paragon. Even stayed here when he could have had his own house. I guess he didn't want to move his people to Bunamar.
So like I said, it's easy to watch a stream of me playing Dragon Age Origins. Because it's watching like Overlord to just show the important bits rather than watching an FF9 stream by you, pretty much.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I mean, technically I did that with the DLC.
Why not?
Pardon?
Oh, I'd give you. Oh, why not?
Oh.
Aye, anytime. It probably started. Whether I have the equipment for that, but sure, whatever keeps working.
What shall we do here? Why did they bother? So I shall.
Fight like this, smashed like hell. 2000 PC. The fact they actually pull it off is amazing. I mean, obviously, I'm doing it with no problems now because I'm playing on console. But
Another creature ahead.
Tavern.
Two of our side quests have coincided. First, here's the box that the that guy over there, that's the cave. That is
There's nothing for you here. It's mine. I've claimed it.
Who are you? What are you doing down here?
You've come to take my claim. You city folk are all alike. Stone-blinded blunderfoots. Well, I found it first.
Bah. He's a bloody scavenger. Good as sod and gone.
Be gone, you!
You'll bring the Dark Ones back, you will. They'll crunch your bones.
Word has it you can only survive down here by eating the Darkspawn dead.
Darkspawn blood is poison. Men have died from drinking.
It burns when it goes down. It burns! It's my claim, not yours. Crunch your bones!
This can happen.
Some beasties for us to play with.
And so I shall.
They'll avoid us if they know what's good for us.
Lovely.
But even if you it's only a there's no real That's what I love about this. They give you the hard stuff. It's not, oh, there's a cure for this, you have to work with it. No. As far as this world, they're saying no, there is no cure for it. I like it.
Go away! This is mine! Only I gets to plunder its riches! It's mine! I'm the one who found it! I drove out the crawlers! Now it's mine!
Was this campsite here when you found it?
Everything was here. Everything the crawlers did not already take. Rocks, and tents, and worms. It's all mine!
Here to steal anything.
Pretty lady. Pretty eyes, pretty hair. Smells like the steam of burning water. Blue as the deepest rock. So, the pretty lady won't take anything from Rock? You won't take Rock's shiny worms and pretty rocks?
I just wanted to talk.
Oh. Rock not mind that, maybe.
Your name's Rock.
Rock not pretty name. Not pretty like lady. Rock is small and ugly and twisted.
I think I've met your mother. Filda?
No. No filter. No mother. No warm blanket and stew and pillow and soft words. Rock doesn't deserve good memories. No.
Your mother misses you.
She did not know. Not what I did. I was very angry, and then someone was dead, and they wanted to send Rock to the mines. If I went to the mines, she would know. Everyone would know. So I came here instead. Once you eat, once you takes in the darkness, you not miss the light so much. You know, do you not? Rock sees. Yes, he sees the darkness inside you.
It's a frightening thought.
I means nothing by it.
How did you survive?
When the Dark Ones were here, I kept to the shadows. They don't look in the shadows, not if you're quiet. Not if you eat their flesh. Then the Dark Ones think you're one of them. They leave you alone. But now they're gone.
Do you know where the Dark Ones went?
I think they went south, pretty lady. Far, far to the south. That is where the Dark Master calls them with his beautiful voice. So much joy when he awoke.
He's talking about the Archdemon, huh?
After the Dark Master awoke, he called his children and they all went. They wanted to go too and gaze upon his beauty.
Where's the Dark Master now? Do you know?
He stopped calling. I wish I could go see him, but Rock is a coward.
did you arrive here?
Too long ago. I must think. 5 years? 6? Ruck no longer remembers the smells and sights of the city. The pretty lady understands. She knows how Ruck feels, she does. I will answer your questions, pretty lady. Anything you wish. Bits of things, but only bits. The crawlers took almost everything. They take things of steel and things of paper. They takes the shinies and the words.
Paper and words. That sounds like someone was taking notes. Do you think Bronca camped here?
Oh shit.
They bring to the great nest, the nest they makes for the eggs. They puts the shinies inside, they do. Ruck has some things from the camp. Sometimes the webs. You give him shiny coins, no?
I don't know what to do with this guy. I honestly can't leave him like this, but at the same time, I can't bear to tell his mother what he became. So I'm going to leave the decision to you. What do you think? What do I do with this guy? It will be cruel. Just yeah. He could, but to leave him like this down here, I think it'd be too cruel. Leave him be. Okay, here we go. No, that's what I'm giving it to you because I'm showing this isn't. So you want me to leave him? Okay. I'm gonna leave him be, but the only question
Bronca's old camp. Did you see the marks on the floor?
That's the only.
There were a lot of people and fires there once.
I'm willing to abide by your wish.
Those must be Bronca's papers. He said were taken by the spiders. Nothing that fragile would have left.
There's only three. There's only blocks. There's only oh, hi, Glenn. Sure, I wouldn't mind playing. Yeah, sure, I wouldn't mind. stream. The people in my head are talking about necromancy and summoning the devil. I have no idea what's going on in my head. I'm just playing a game. Can't hit. The stream can only hear me. The stream can only hear what I say, so I'll make it more confusing. The only time I'm streaming is when I'm hey, Pika. Oh, people appear in my there's also a third option. Like you three can play a board game, and you three can play a board game.
Another creature.
Okay. I just said I'll I've lost count of how many Xbox pop-ups I've had in this stream. A lot. I mean, to be fair.
Well, of course.
I should probably be using that at some point. Hello there. Well, thank you, Cloud and Pika. I should be doing about an hour or two, roughly. If I remember right. There's not that much longer left.
And so I shall.
We've got this, we've got like, after this we've got like what, 3 boss fights. This is the first of 4 boss fights in this area, so. The next one is by far the hardest. The other two are manageable if you're careful. The next one coming up is the hardest one by far. So. That's why even though it seems like there's not much time, it will take a bit longer because I've got So that's why I'm predicting 2 hours maybe left. Sorry for skipping through because I was not paying attention. I forgot to read the passages, so I'll remember to do that next playthrough.
Bronca was thinking about me. I knew she still cared. Old softy. Looks like the dead trenches is our next stop then. They say the Darkspawn nest.
Right, time to go to the dead trenches. There's this, and then one more quick travel map, and then we're done. Pretty much. There's one boss fight here, and then two boss fights in the next area. Then we turn in the quest, and we're done with Orzammar pretty much. How would you say that? It is a lot of grinding. We are now facing the major threat now. That's the final boss. Be friends with the final boss. Stop. Hold on. That is a literal army of darts. I don't think we'll be taking that.
Don't look now, Dark.
Time to get messy.
Silent Peak,
We'll
I
need
think
to fight the
with
entire
two people
blight
play
ourselves.
I probably should stop streaming after we finish the card.
Well, all right.
Fuck it. You didn't tell me we wanted to continue. That's what I'm continuing.
Time for
Getting
more
all
Darkspawn,
mud
I
on
see.
it. That's why I'm not stopping doing it. Even doing it. If I did everything. And we're almost 4 hours in, and we're still nowhere near the end. Trust me.
Ourselves.
If I stopped doing it, I I mean, if I was doing every side quest in this entire game, I'm still So yeah, but it will take me probably a week. Maybe it'll probably take me a couple of months to go through this game. If I do it one stream a week, it'll take you much longer than that. If I was streaming this every day, I'm doing it once a week. Yep, that's the level of the grandma. Thankfully, I actually did some training with Rook because I've actually upgraded our tank's weapon. Ever since I've upgraded our tank's weaponry, things have been a lot easier. I'll give you a shapeshifter. I'm not going to use any abilities, but I'll give it you just to have it. Let's give Granny paralysis, I guess. A debuff. I'll give you like an AoE debuff. Anyway, the fast. I mean, this is the area where I get my armor, but I'm still going to do a little bit of looting here and there. But the faster we get through this, the faster I can get this done, and the faster we can do the other things we promised to do outside the stream.
It appears we'll need to fight the entire Blight ourselves. Well, all right. Of course. Well, all right.
I told Granny to heal you, and you just fell over. I mean, with manners like that, no wonder she let her fall over.
Time for more darkspawn, I see.
Focus! I need to go through every single doorway I find because it's in the sarcophagi stuff where I find my armor. This armor I'm collecting in this area is the best in the game. Yep, there's the first part. This is the best armor in the game, and technically only warriors can wear it, so yeah. I kind of want this armor. Especially since I'm a dwarf.
Time for more dark.
Away with you.
I think it's dead. I don't know about you, but I think it's dead. What do you think? think we'll continue.
It appears we'll need to right.
Granny, would you mind stop? Would you mind not standing instead of throwing fire into your face? I know it's a toasty warm fire, but I don't think that's the intent. Oh, where was something to keep me warm in the winter months? It's a fire-breathing trap, Granny. Move away from it. But it's so warm. It offsets all of my heating bills. This is the creepiest part of the game, trust me. They built up this boss by extremely boss by that piece of stuff build up.
Wish you was finally beneath my
I mean, that was a nice statue pose, but I don't appreciate it. Statue Kramer.
More dark
It's a fight! Oh, lovely!
Okay, that noise is disconcerting. I mean, the track's supposed to be disconcerting, but that noise is just... ugh. Falcon Punch! We are technically fought a mini boss here. I didn't need whatever. Really good. Really good note. It gives me a really nice hammer, which I might give to him. Ah, his battle axe is better. And if I was playing a rogue, I had somebody else already. granny for now. Did you really just say that? Now.
Lovely. Let's take care of these quickly.
Of course.
Ah, skeleton.
Finally, we get to the good part.
I've been giving these enemies a lot of rituals and movements now. There's a piece of the armor here. The final piece is further in, so we're almost done. Okay, I'm not putting the armor on yet until we get to the
First day they come and catch everyone.
I'm going to stay stumped for the majority of this in here, the build-up.
Second day, they beat us and eat some from meat. Fifth day they return and it's another girl's turn. Sixth day, her screams we hear in our dreams. Seventh day, she grew as in her mouth a spew. Eighth day, we hated as she is violated. Ninth day, she grins and devours her kin. Now she does feast as she's become the beast. First day they come and catch everyone. Second day. What is this? Someone new? Impossible. Feeding time brings only kin and clan. I am cruel to myself. You are a dream of strangers' faces and open doors.
She appears to be suffering from a high fever. Her skin is pale and she is covered in dark blotches.
First day they come and catch everyone.
Is this Darkspawn corruption?
Corruption. The men did that. Their wounds festered and their minds left. They are like dogs, marched ahead, the first to die. Not us, not me, not Laren. We are not cut. We are fed. Friends, and flesh, and blood, and bile, and all I could do was wish Laren went first. I wished it upon her so that I would be spared, but I had to watch. I had to see the change. How do you endure that? How did Branka endure?
Are you from Branka's house?
Do not talk of Branka, of what she did. Ancestors preserve us. Forgive me. I was her captain, and I didn't stop her. Her lover, and I could not turn her. Forgive her. But no, she cannot be forgiven. Not for what she did. Not for what she has become.
What did she do, Hespith? What did Branka do?
I will not speak of her, of what she did.
of what we have become, I will not turn. I will not become what I have seen. Not Laren, not Branka. She became obsessed. That is the word, but it is not strong enough. Blessed stone, there was nothing left in her.
I thought it would have fallen into dust by now.
There's our final piece of armor. That's the armor we'll be wearing for the rest of the game.
Dear me, what's all the fuss? As you desire.
The men, they kill. They're merciful. But the women, they want to touch, to mold, to change until you are filled with them. Of course. Complete. They took Laren. They made her eat the others, our friends. She tore off her husband's face and drank his blood. And while she ate, she grew. She swelled and turned gray, and she smelled like them. They remade her in their image. Then she made more of them. Brood mother.
Here's boss number 2. We've been building up to it for the last 15 minutes. That's what they turned the dark. That's why the dark spawn needed it. Dead. Ogren's down. Granny's down. Hopefully, Shayla and I can take out the yeah, we can. I'm gonna have to expend 2 injury kits, but it's worth it. The boss fight is good, you can look at it.
At least I'm still alive.
That's where they come from. That's why they hate us. That's why they need us. That's why they take us. That's why they feed us. But the true abomination is not that it occurred, but that it was allowed. Branka, my love. The stone has punished me, dream friend. I am dying of something worse than death. Betrayal.
As disgusting as that creature is, that right there, I'm just going to prove a point. That right there is how horror should be done correctly.
There is always waiting, isn't there?
A lot of games seem to think, oh, jump scares and making things look disgusting, that's how horror's going to go. Horror needs to be built up to. Horror is the effect it has on the people being subjected to it. That's why I say, this sequence that we just saw, this sequence right here is my favourite example of horror done correctly. I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why. I mean, sorry to use this example. We'll talk about more of this off screen. We're going to be distracted by me responding to what you're talking about. I mean, talking about horror. That's why I was talking about it on screen. But the sexy thing we'll talk about off screen because I have a comparison there. But that makes sense. The two of us.
If Branka is anywhere, this has to be it. She will not.
What was that?
Let me be blunt with you. After all this time, my tolerance for social graces is fairly limited. That doesn't bother you, I hope.
Well, shave my back and call me an elf. Branka, by the stone, I barely recognized you.
Ogren. It figures you'd eventually find your way here. Hopefully you can find your way back more easily. And how shall I address you? Hired sword of the latest lordling to come looking for me? Or just the only one who didn't mind Ogren's ale breath?
Be respectful, woman. You're talking to a Grey Warden.
Ah, so an important errand boy, then. I suppose something serious has happened. Is Endrin dead? That seems most likely. He was on the old and wheezy side.
Show respect. Speak of my father.
and not saying anything untrue. But if he's dead, I'm sorry. He was as competent a king as we could expect. You are seeking my support? You wish to succeed Endrin and become a ruling queen? I don't care if the Assembly puts a drunken monkey on the throne. Because our protector, our great invention, the thing that once made our armies the envy of the world, is lost to the very darkspawn it should be fighting. The Anvil of the Void, the means by which the ancients forged their army of golems and held off the first archdemon ever to rise. It's here, so close I can taste it.
But of course, there's a catch.
The anvil lies on the other side of a gauntlet of traps designed by Caradon himself. My people and I have given body and soul to unlocking its secrets. This is what's important. This has lasting meaning. If I succeed, the dwarven people benefit. Kings, politics, all that is transitory. I've given up everything and would sacrifice anything to get the Anvil of the Void.
Does that include Hespith and the others of your house?
Enough questions. If you wish me to get involved with this imbecilic election, I must first have the Anvil. There's only one way out, Warden. Forward. Through Caradon's maze, and out to where the Anvil waits.
What has this place done to you? I remember marrying a girl you could talk to for 1 minute and see her brilliance.
I am your paragon.
I'm sorry to say, Ogren, but your wife's gone. She's gone.
I needed people to test Caradon's trust. There's no way to bring it. Trial and error. I sent them
I should level up Shale. I'll give 2 into that. 1 into that. Give you Killing Blow. We're about to level up for a 3rd time in this one section. That is how long Orzammar is. We could do one section of a game and level up, even at a late level like we are, and we can level up 3 times. Technically with the books I bought, we've leveled up 5 times. Best thing to do is to ignore the golems right now. Away from the castle. Yeah, my infantry's already full. What's this? I should probably give this to win, I guess. I'll probably get rid of some of this, extra stuff, yeah.
You will be stopped. It will hurt.
Don't tell me we need to find a key. Anyway, augmented level. Give you the Reaver specialization. Increase your strength. Find out where the fuck this key is. Ah, it's opened on its own. It just took time for it to recognize we've won the fight. Obviously, if you're playing a road, if you're playing a road, you can actually just move on a bit faster. You just open the door. Since I didn't bring Leliana with me, I have to wait for the area to.
It didn't work.
Here it is, the third boss. And coincidentally, in the room after it is the fourth boss. So we're nearly done. The trick to this boss is generating dwarven spirits. Each time we kill a dwarven spirit, it will activate. I'm Anvil. It'll activate Anvil. On the Anvil damage.
Alright.
Damage each time it's damage. Basically, what happens is 8 times. On. down.
It's a waste of time. I'm on crushing my
Like I said, I've only got hit once more on that side.
It's done. Now that is more than.
Third boss defeated. And we have one more opportunity to destroy shit that we don't need. Unlock chest because I didn't bring a rogue. No matter. Down here is the final boss of the area. Finish this. As always, this area in Orzammar looks breathtaking.
My name is Carrigan. Once, longer ago than I care to think, I was a paragon to the dwarves of Orzammar.
Carrigan, the Paragon Smith. Alive?
Ah, there is a voice I recognize. Shale of the House of Kadash. Step forward.
You know my name. Is it you that forged me then? Is it you that gave me my name?
Have you forgotten then? It has been so long. I made you into the golem you are now, Shale. But before that you were a dwarf, just as I was. The finest warrior to serve King Valtor, and the only woman to volunteer.
The only woman? A dwarf?
I laid you on the anvil of the void, here in this very room, and put you into the form you now possess.
The anvil of the void? That is what we seek.
If you seek the anvil, then you must care about my story, or be doomed to relive it.
Okay, I'm back. You made the anvil, I take it.
Though I made many things in my time, I rose to fame and earned my status based on a single item, the Anvil of the Void. It allowed me to forge a man of steel or stone as flexible and clever as any soldier. As an army, they were invincible, but I told no one the cost. No mere smith, however skilled, has the power to create life. To make my golems live, I had to take their lives from elsewhere.
The dire shock.
So said my king. I had only intended to use volunteers, but he was not satisfied, and soon a river of blood flowed out of this place. Finally, it was too much. I refused, and so Valtor had me put on the anvil next.
What now?
Not revenge. The blow of the hammer opened my eyes. My apprentices knew enough to make me as I am, but not enough to fashion a control rod. I retained my mind. You were amongst the most loyal, Shale. You remained at my side throughout, And at the end, I sent you away out of mercy.
I do not remember.
We have remained entombed here ever since, and I have sought a way to destroy the anvil. Alas, I cannot do it myself. No golem can touch it.
No! The anvil is mine! No one will take it from me!
Shale, you fought to destroy the anvil once. Do not allow it to fall into unthinking hands again!
You speak of things I do not remember. You say we fought. Did you use our control rods to command us to do so?
I destroyed the rods. Perhaps my apprentices eventually learned to replace the rods. I do not know. But if so, then all they need is the anvil to make all the slaves they need. You, please, help me destroy the anvil. Do not let it enslave more souls than it already has.
And here is the one of two key choices in Orzammar, and also which will decide the final boss of the area. Also, the choice of who you're making is also relevant to this choice because of one simple factor. We plan to make Balin the king, right? Max? We plan to make Balin the king, right? Remember? How much damage could Balin do if we allowed this anvil to keep existing? As he said, this anvil is powered by the souls of dead dwarves. Dead dwarves are needed to be killed to forge the golems. What Bronca could do with this, what Balin could do with this, it's unthinkable. You are a paragon, Caridin. I will help you destroy the anvil if you will help me forge a crown for the next king of Orzammar.
Don't listen! He's been trapped here for 1,000 years, stewing in his own madness. Help me claim the anvil, and you will have an army like you've never seen!
No.
Bronca, you
It's
mad, bleeding nugtail! Does this thing mean so much to you that you can't even see what you've lost to get it?
Look around. Is this what our empire should look like? A crumbling tunnel filled with dark spawn spume? The anvil will let us take back our glory!
There are other ways to reclaim your glory, you know. It enslaves living souls. I am pragmatic in this game. I am willing to look past a lot in this game, but this, no.
So it fights with Caridin? Good. That seems right.
Thank you, stranger. Your compassion shames me.
No! You will not take it! Not while I still live!
Bronca, don't
And
throw
so
your life
the final
away
boss
for
of this
this.
area is Bronca. If we had chosen to save the anvil, the final boss would have been Caridin. We have to destroy this anvil, Bronca. We have no choice.
Just give her the blasted thing. She's confused. Maybe once she calms down, we can talk to her.
She's obsessed with it, Ogren. So obsessed that she's so obsessed with it that she destroyed everything she loves. She would not think twice of destroying you to destroy you as well. We can't save her.
Bah! You're not the only master smith here, Caridin. Golems, obey me! Attack!
A control rod! But, my friend, you must help me! I cannot stop her alone!
And here is the final boss fight.
So eager, aren't they?
I'm sorry, I know that we lost different, but in this case, I don't Honestly, I think Bronca is worse than Balin in some ways. Balin at least was able to look past Balin is able at least to look past whatever grudge he has against me in order to repair the kingdom. She is like, this is all that matters to me now. I will kill. If you stand, I don't care how much I don't care how much you love me. If you stand in my way, I will kill you. She is on another level to Balin in terms of depravity. She is so far gone. It is on. She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Pretty much. Anyway, before we talk again to Caradin, I need to go over here. You see a large stone tablet chipped with age and great number of dwarven runes carved into its surface. Its writing is in Dwarven and it appears to be a long list of names, each with a stamp of their house next to them. You recognize few of the house names. At the bottom of the list are the words, "We honor those who have made this sacrifice, let their names be remembered." The carvings are still deep enough that the tracing can be taken, allowing the information to be carried elsewhere.
No. Perhaps it thinks I should. It may have something to do with Caradin's words. If there is some way to make a copy of these runes, I am willing to study them. Perhaps there is something to be gleaned from them. I know not.
All good?
Names. Long list of dwarves. Wait, hold on. We honor who have made this sacrifice. Let their names be remembered. Fart me a lullaby. It's a memorial of all the dwarves who became golems. Has to be. If there was some way of getting this back to the Shaper at Norzimar, I bet they'd brown their trousers and pay good gold for it. Probably both.
Let's take a tracing. I mean, we need to go to the Shaper anyway. Caradin.
Another life lost because of my invention. I wish no mention of it had made it into history.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Stupid woman. Always knew the anvil would kill her.
How is it that the woman was not able to disable me as she did you, Caradin?
I do not know. Have you been altered?
I once had a pathetic little mage of a master. He did something to me, experimented on me, and then I killed him, and it rendered me paralyzed.
Perhaps he was bringing forth old memories, and caused you to remember the time when you fought at my side. The paralysis you speak of always resulted when the Master perished. As for your free will, you were always a strong woman, Shem.
A strong, independent woman.
To see you remain such.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Do not thank me. All of this is my doing, my legacy. But at least it ends here. I thank you for standing with me, stranger. The anvil waits there for you to shatter it.
It was good to meet you, Paragon. I intend to ensure that your warnings about the golems are heard by the Circle of Magi.
Is there any boon I can grant you for your aid? A final favor before I am freed from my burden?
Ogren, you lost Bronca to this. What would you like?
I don't suppose you can bring Bronca back. Maybe make her a golem like you.
I would not do such a thing to her, even if I could.
Somehow I didn't think so. don't want anything that would remind me of this. Best it's just done. There is still the matter of the election. I mean, we still need a paragon to get the Assembly support, right?
For the aid you've given me, I shall put hammer to steel one last time, and give you a crown for the king of your choice.
As we agreed.
You have my eternal thanks, stranger. A trust and all tongue shall. May you always find your way in the dark.
Requiescat in pace, Caridin. Time to head back to Orzammar and get this thing finished.
Well, that pretty much beat the sod out of how I imagined it. You ready to head back yet and share the news?
To the Assembly, we need to know as soon as possible.
Yeah, those Dishers have been trying to destroy the city for years. Haven't managed yet.
Time to go back to Orzammar, get this thing finished. Turn in all the side quests I need to turn in from this area. And then I'll wrap up when we get back to party camp.
Lords of the Assembly, I call for order. This argument gets us nowhere.
Then why these delaying tactics? I call for a vote right now. My father has one living child to assume the Idukan throne. Who would deny him that?
But not, I can't.
Your father made me swear on his deathbed you would not succeed him.
I apologize for the interruption, Lord Steward, but the Grey Warden has returned.
Well, Warden, what news do you bring?
I have a crown forged by the Paragon Caridin for his chosen king.
Caridin was trapped in the body of a golem. This warden granted him the mercy he sought, releasing him and destroying the Anvil of the Void. Before he died, Caridin forged a crown for Orzammar's next king, chosen by the ancestors themselves.
I would like to believe Ogren's word, but it's well known the Grey Warden is Balin's hireling.
Silence! This crown is of Paragon make, and bears House Ortan's ancient seal. Tell us, Warden, whom did Caridin choose?
Caridin chose Balin.
At last, this farce has ended, and I can take my rightful place on my father's throne.
Let the memories find you worthy. First amidst the lords of the houses, the King of Orzammar.
Do you acknowledge me as king?
I cannot defy a paragon. The throne is yours, King Balin.
Then as my first act as king, I call for this man's execution. Guards, seize him!
Haramont was an honorable man. Let him retire in peace.
You know better than anyone the war facing us, Warden. Orzammar cannot afford to be divided. Anyone undermining my reign is serving only the Darkspawn. I will return to my palace to gather my generals and prepare our forces for the surface. I will see you there, Warden.
But
you have my gratitude for all you have done for me.
As much as I may hate it, killing Haramont is a smart move.
You have truly surprised me, sister. You have earned the right to rejoin House Iduken. Without your aid, I would not have taken this throne so smoothly or so soon.
The throne does belong with House Iduken.
As all in Orzammar now see. My generals are already preparing for a mission to the surface. When you have need of us, you shall have every able-bodied dwarf in Orzammar. Since you did more than I expected, I offer a personal reward as well. You may recognize this. Trian used it to crack skulls when he was showing off for Father. I'm sure he'd want you to have it. Now, I have much to do. If there is nothing else...
I want my face in one of those big statues. You know, I'm gonna be cheeky, yeah.
I'll see what I can do. Now, I must address my other petitioners. Come back and visit sometime.
Look, I gave you the kingship. The least you could do is make a statue of me. Call it a truce. We're calling it a truce. You betrayed me, and we both moved past it, and we forged an alliance. I gave you the throne of Orzammar. You will give me a statue. You will give me a statue within Orzammar. I think that's a fair trade. And that was Orzammar. All that's left is to turn in these side quests, and then I will go back to party camp, do some stuff off screen, and you know what? I'm gonna leave you to let Cloud.
You are stone carved, Warden. I've never seen the like.
I'm gonna let you deal with Pika. Cloud Table. I just need to do some stuff off screen.
If I'd heard it secondhand, I'd have called it a sodding lie. Warden, we've got a king because of you. The rest, impressive, but the Legion is grateful most for restored leadership. It frees us to fight to the Darkspawn properly.
Can I count on you to fight the fight at my side?
You'll have us. It's time the surfaces saw the good the stone can unleash. Back to Orzammar when we win, though. I'll not stay topside to lose my stone sense.
A little bit of trivia here: if you're not a dwarven noble, you have to have a decent persuasion check to be able to get him on the surface. But since you are a dwarven noble, he'll do as you ask instantly.
News of the hour: Lord Balin victorious. Lord Haramont arrested and ridiculed in the streets. I just get paid to speak the truth. If you have an issue, speak to my employer.
My, they're all no order.
We can't allow it.
Haramon's already dead.
It's a fight! How lovely!
It's sad, but especially with this character, I'm sad that we had to get rid of Haramon in order for the...
Even I
hate him,
surely.
Brothers, right? In order to keep the land united, Haramon has to go. It's the painful truth.
I started to worry. I didn't know if you were ever coming back. Did you find any records? Any sign of the old Orton Tig?
I have the records right here.
You found them? Let me see. That's my great-grandmother's name. And her husband! Oh, great ancestors, it's them! It's me! I am an Orton. Oh, thank you. I have to take these to the assembly right away. Find me there. Once these are acknowledged, I'll give you any reward.
Okay. Okay.
Most impressive, Warden. King Balin's ascent to his father's throne has been recorded in the memories. Is there something more I can help you with?
I have some tracing you might be interested in, Lord Shaper.
What's this? A list of names. Most of these clans no longer even exist. Is this authentic?
You bet your hairy arse it is. Taken from a tablet in Caridin's fortress, no less.
Then is it true? The rumors of Caridin's so-called volunteers? Extraordinary! I would love to make a copy of this. The Shaperate has never had much information on Caridin and his golems, much less proof of this magnitude. Warden, I hope this artifact from our archives will suffice as a reward. I must inform the Shaperate at once.
My name's Orta. After the old Orton house. They gave our seat back. And the records show which houses still owe House Orton money. One day, I will be able to properly thank you for all you've done for me.
Just continue supporting the king.
I will. And I don't know what treasure is left, but whatever I get, you can have as much as you want. I'll have to find someone willing to look. Maybe a whole expedition. If the Tig is still there, it must have something. House Orton will not forget this kindness. Didn't that sound official?
And we are done. We can leave. So for us, it's goodbye to the best part of the entire game.
News of the hour. Lord Haramont arrested. Thrown into prison awaiting execution. Epic fail.
I am so glad. I am so glad. I am so glad we caught that before we left. I am so glad. I haven't heard that in years. It's been a long time since I've heard that line. Oh God, that was beautiful. News of the hour: guy who lost the election thrown into prison and executed. Epic fail. This is why I fucking love Orzammar. Sadly, this is the last time we'll see Orzammar in this game, or in any of the Dragon Age games. So until the next time we pick a new origin and do this game again, this is it for Orzammar.
Give me a moment.
everything alright?
Of course everything's alright. Just give me one sodding moment. By the stone. I feel like I'm about to fall off the world with all that sky up there.
I remember the feeling as well. It passes.
Too bad. It's kinda like being drunk, but so much cheaper. Well, let's get moving. We're losing, daylight.
Right, time to go back to the party camp. I'll see if there's any interactable I'll see if there's any tricky cutscenes while I'm there. After that, we're done. I'll sort out my infantry off screen, and then next week we'll be going on to the Urn of Sacred Ashes. And to finish off any side quest, any party side quest we haven't done yet, so we need to do Ogren's side quest, we need to do Oregon's, and we need to do Shale's next week. So with that, thank you guys for watching. I'll do some infantry management off screen and get some levels done off screen. And yeah, next time, Urn of Sacred Ashes. So until then, see you next week, and please join us for D&D tomorrow if you're up to it. So bye bye.